It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Ariel Helwani.
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us on another Wednesday show. A lot to get to today. We've got a really fascinating lineup of guests. I'm excited to talk to them. I'm excited to answer your questions. You know, I love the Wednesday shows, and so I'm excited to get to all of that. And as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code TheMMAHour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. Now, I've said in the past that I really enjoy the Wednesday shows, in particular because we've never done Wednesday shows in the past. It was never really a part of the thing, and I always wanted the show to be more than once a week. And I feel like there's less pressure on Wednesdays, and I love answering the questions. It sort of feels like the Friday of our week here. I just love the vibe. I love the vibe. It's different than Monday. I will be honest, though, when I woke up today, I didn't really feel like doing the show. Of course, I'm here, and I'm happy to be here, and I've always talked about the responsibility of shows like this one, podcasts, sports, the responsibility of being an escape valve for, you know, the world, society, fans, when the real important stuff is going down, especially the not so fun stuff. That being said, while I've always taken on that responsibility, you know, we're humans and we react to things different ways. And I'll be honest, when I woke up today, not only did I not really feel, you know, like doing the show, I also felt like it was inappropriate to do the show. I felt like it was insensitive to do the show. But we're going to have a good time, and we're going to have a show that I think a lot of you will enjoy, and it will obviously be centered a lot on the topics that we've been talking about lately. And quite frankly, it's hard to even be as passionate about these topics, judging, scoring, officiating, etc., when things like what happened yesterday in Uvalde, Texas happened. And so I just wanted to say a few things to get off my chest so that I could feel a little bit better about doing the show and talking about somewhat trivial matters like sports. The fact that yesterday isn't one of the darkest days in the history of this country, the fact that it's just another school shooting, the fact that, you know, we all kind of just read it, react to it, feel down for a few minutes, but then watch, you know, the NBA playoffs or the NHL playoffs or talk about MMA and talk about our weekend plans. The fact that we all just kind of comment on it, get into a debate about it, go down this wrong path about what it all means is incredibly depressing. The fact that this is not a moment that we all stop and say, holy crap, did you see what happened? We need to change things, and then things will change. The fact that nothing has changed since Sandy Hook, literally nothing. The only thing that has changed is that our kids now have to know what to do if someone enters their school with a gun. That's the only thing that has changed since Sandy Hook in 10 years. The fact that this is not going to be a singular stain on the history of the United States, because there'll be hundreds of more examples that we could talk about, and more than likely, depressingly, hundreds more to come, is incredibly depressing. And I'm not going to get into the whole, you know, gun laws and Second Amendment and the politics behind it and how incredibly disheartening and infuriating and depressing all of that is. I'm not going to get into people who then try to turn this into the wrong kind of debate and talk about conspiracy theories and all that stuff. I'm not going to get into all of that. What I do want to just say is that yesterday hit me particularly hard because yesterday I had the opportunity to be at my son's school. I have 3 children, one in pre-K, one in second grade, and one in 4th grade. And I haven't had a chance to be at their school often over the past 2 years because of COVID. And they were putting on a play. And I remember on Sunday, we kind of realized like, oh, he has to dress up. My son has to dress up for this play. He has to wear nice shoes, nice pants, nice shirt. And he kind of outgrew his pants, shirt. So I took him to the mall, just me and him, to go buy some stuff on Sunday. And I remember telling my wife afterwards that for the first time with my oldest son, who's in 4th grade, who's 10, I felt like he was kind of interested in what we were buying, the shoes, the pants, the shirt, etc. Usually you take them to a store and they don't care and they just want to go and get ice cream. And I remember thinking, wow, this is new, this is cool. And this is the first time that I've gone with him alone. And it was just a nice bonding moment. And he's going to have plenty more of these moments to come, God willing, as he grows older and goes to college and gets his job and, gets married and goes to, weddings and events and whatnot. He'll be buying plenty of nice shoes and nice pants and suits and things like that. But it was really nice to be there with him on this occasion. And then it was really nice to see him wear all that stuff and put on the play for all of us at the school yesterday. And I was sort of struck by how, kind of innocent and awkward these 4th graders are. It's an interesting time in their development. They're singing in front of the parents. They probably don't want to be doing this. They all do their best. And it was just really nice. I left thinking like, wow, I'm just so lucky to be a dad, to be able to watch this, to be able to take part in this and to see, my oldest son's development. And then later in the day, we find out about this news in Uvalde. And then later in the night, you find out that all these kids, 19 of them, at least as of now, 2 teachers, 21 total, were in the 4th grade. And that's the grade that my son is in. And it's just a really hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to handle because I want you all to remember, especially the ones that aren't parents, that when you start debating these gun laws and these politics and all the crap that we do on social media, we're talking about kids. We're talking about the most innocent little men and women, boys and girls out there who all they care about right now is video games and sports and the summer break coming up, school ending, and cards and just ice cream and things. They are so innocent. They are so innocent. They are beautiful human beings. They are the best of us. We get worse as we get older. We get almost like our brain, our thoughts, our ambitions, our intentions, they all get poisoned. But at that age, they are innocent little boys and girls. None of them deserve that. Those kids in Texas yesterday, they sure as hell don't deserve that. Those parents, I can't even imagine what they are going through, do not deserve that. No one deserves that. And so I don't want to sit here and talk about the guns and all that stuff. I think you all know how I feel about it. I'm a freaking Canadian, okay? You know how I feel about it. But part of the reason why I wanted to become an American was because I didn't want to sit on the sidelines anymore when it comes to these matters. At least try and have a say when it comes to these matters. Who knows if my say will matter? Who knows? We can debate that all day long. But I just want you all to remember that these are little kids. So when you are debating this stuff, when you're talking about this stuff, when you're talking about your conspiracies, these are little boys and girls. I once thought that we lost our middle son and we couldn't find him for 20 minutes. And when I think about that, the pain that I feel in my heart and the pain that I felt that day, it took me weeks to get over that feeling when I thought we lost him. And I called the cops and I had to tell them what he was wearing. It was the worst 20 minutes of my life. I will never experience, I hope, anything worse than that feeling. Those parents in Texas are going to have to live with that feeling for the rest of their lives. I was able to find my son 20 minutes later. He was in his room hiding. They are going to have to live with that. I can't imagine what that nightmare is. I can't imagine what that is like. I don't know if I could, I don't think I could live with that feeling. And they have to live with that. They have to live with knowing that they sent their girl to school on Wednesday morning, on Tuesday morning, excuse me. They have to live with knowing that they were in a classroom learning about the most innocent, benign stuff, math, literature, language, who knows, and their life ended in a flash because someone wanted to go into the school and murder them. And then they had teachers there who tried to protect them, and they got murdered too. For what? And then it's going to go down to this thing on social media where we're all going to debate it, and then conspiracies are going to come, and people are going to say the government was involved, and all this bullshit. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of us that we don't stop after moments like this, after Parkland, after Columbine, after Sandy Hook, that we don't stop and do everything in our power to stop this from ever happening again. And unfortunately, it will likely happen again. And that is just as heartbreaking as what happened yesterday. I can't even wrap my head around fourth graders being in a classroom and being shot down. And it's just very hard. It's very, very hard. It's very hard when you're sending them to school this morning and you're like, here's your pretzels, here's your cookies, here's your lunchbox, and you're going to school and you're going to be shot? What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing as a society? What are we doing as a humanity? These kids don't deserve this. No one deserves this. And then you read these things online and it's like, you all are missing the point. You all are missing the point. You put these people in charge and they don't do anything to change, to lead, to make lives better. They don't do anything. It's all very disheartening. And so we will talk about sports. We will talk about MMA. We will talk about judging. We're going to talk about all that stuff. I promise you. But I just need to get off my chest that these are little kids. These are innocent little kids who just want to play sports, who want to hang out with their friends. They have done nothing to nobody. Just like those people in Buffalo who they still haven't finished burying. They still haven't finished. Those innocent men and women in Buffalo at that supermarket. How this doesn't bring about change, I will never know. How this doesn't force the people at the very top to stop sending their BS thoughts and prayers, I will never know. How people can still defend all of this stuff, I will never know. But please, if I could just ask you one thing, when you start getting into these debates and when you start spewing these conspiracy theories and all this stuff, just please remember that these are kids that we're talking about. We're not talking about grown men and women who made the decision to go out on the battlefield, and that sucks too, and I wish that never happened. We're talking about little kids who all they want to talk about are, Pokemon and Minecraft. I know those kids. One of them lives in my house. I know them very well. I know what they're thinking about. I know what they're talking about. They're not talking about hurting a soul. When I have a spider in my house and we want to flush it down the toilet, all my kids freak out. They want to put the spider in an aquarium and have it as a pet for the next 10 years. That's how innocent these kids are. Please remember that. My heart goes out to everyone who has been affected by this. I can't even imagine the pain that you are going through. I can't imagine what is going on in your minds, your hearts, your souls. May those 21 victims, and I hope there aren't more, rest in peace. May they never be forgotten, and may we not use them as some bullshit political debate fodder for social media. We need to be better than this, and we need to stop this, and this needs to be the last one. I hope it's the last one. It probably won't be the last one, but please just remember who these victims are and what their families are going through, and let's just all try to do our part to make sure this never happens again. So I just wanted to say that off the top. Back into the show, I'll answer your questions. arielhelwani.substack.com. I'm looking forward to those. Thank you to our moderator, Lewis, for answering or compiling the questions. As always, he's the man. Thank you very much to everyone who has sent in questions. We appreciate you. We'll check in with GC, get the picks for the weekend. Relatively quiet weekend in combat sports, but there are some big events. KSW, Rolly Romero, Gervonta Davis. Dominick Cruz will stop by. Always love talking to him. That should be interesting. Andy Foster, who's the best commissioner in combat sports, the executive director of the California State Athletic Commission, he will stop by, and we will talk to him about a lot of the things going on in the world of combat sports. Iaquinta will stop by as well. Always love talking to him. But first, I believe our first guest is here. I did not check. Yes. All right. Let us go to the Zoom machine and say hello to one of the best people in combat sports, the founder of Invicta FC, the current president of Invicta FC, the one and only Shannon Knapp, kind enough to join us. Hello, Shannon. How are you?
Hi, Ariel. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Good to talk
Thanks
to you.
for the kind words.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to talk to you as always. So, honestly, one of the reasons why I wanted to have you on, and I think you know this, is because we've been talking a lot about open scoring. And in my opinion, Invicta is one of, if not the most prominent promotions in all of combat sports that has been employing open scoring for quite some time. So I do want to ask you about that, why, how it's been working, because I could sit here and talk about it all day, but you're on the front lines getting feedback from everyone involved. But before I ask you about that, very quickly, I wanted to know, this is, you're in the midst of the new era for Invicta, new ownership, new platforms, new broadcasts, all that stuff. How are things going? Are you happy with this new chapter?
Yeah, I am. We had a little bit of a rough start, but we have really fine-tuned things. We're working on a lot of our international broadcast partnerships right now, as well as here in North America. And hopefully we'll have some really good news to share shortly. But it's good. I love working with the Canadians.
Yes.
I will tell you that.
That's right.
I will tell you that right off. Yeah.
Anthem is the parent company, the Fight Network you are closely linked to over there in Canada. You were on Fight Pass for several years, no longer having sort of the UFC muscle behind you in terms of promotion, tweets, things like that. Do you feel that effect or not really?
I think you're always going to feel a little bit, but I also, we're behind, we're out in front of a paywall now. So we're definitely giving the fans more opportunities to view the programming, and to see the fights. And I think that is really what's most important to us right now, is making it very accessible to the fans. But yeah, I think anytime you make a change, that's completely different from what you've done. I think we were over there like 6 years, 7 years, something like that.
Yeah.
It definitely is going to affect you to a degree, but it hasn't been significant, I guess would be the right way to put it.
And when, Invicta started, not as many promotions were, employing, for lack of a better word, or signing female fighters. And so I'm wondering how you kind of navigate that, because now you can't have a promotion in MMA without having female fighters on the roster. And there was a time where there was like this great purge where your stars that you had built and invested in were all being sort of taken away from you. The fact that now all these major promotions have multiple divisions, right? 3, 4 divisions. Are you finding it harder to find those young up and coming stars because they're being taken away at a very young age and at a very, early stage in their career now by the other big dogs?
Well, all I've got to say is thank God for Invicta. I really think that is, I've always said this. I'm a promoter because I'm a businesswoman that wants to make money. I'm a promoter because I'm a huge advocate for the athlete and for the sport. And I think Invicta is really important because we help elevate that for the women. I always say we keep everybody honest. We keep people that they have to pay the athletes because we do, Has it been different? I think people are still under that misconception that there is like a ton of women competing. Little girls don't grow up every day wanting to be punched in the face. That's kind of what I always say. And, so we still have to put a lot of work into it to find that, that really good talent and stuff. But, we're a company that goes internationally. And, I think that we have seen some difficulties, but not ones that we can't overcome.
Okay.
I guess is the best way to put it. Yeah, but everybody kind of now has women on their cards. And that's just a good place to be. I'm happy to see that, but I still feel like we have a lot of work to do.
Okay. And so you say that, you are fighter friendly and you care about the athletes, and I appreciate that. And so that leads me to the open scoring conversation that is going on right now, because, I do the show twice a week. I've been asking a lot of people, in particular fighters, and I would say, I don't know, 95, 96, 97, whatever that number is, a very, very high percentage of every single person that I've asked if they would be in favor of this, they all say yes. In fact, our next guest is probably the first prominent person that I know, Iaquinta, who has openly said no to it. But everyone's massive names have all said yes. And so it leads me to think like, ooh, well, why don't they do this? Well, you do this. So could I ask, when did you first institute open scoring for your events?
It was during the Invicta, I think it was 39, and Adam, the commissioner here in Kansas, and I have had many conversations about judging and scoring, and there's always conflict, and it's during the event. And, the Adam walks up to me, because we're kind of talking to see where things are at. And both corners going into the final round have both told their athletes they're winning the fight. And that's going to be a problem after the event because somebody, is not going to get the win that they expected they had. And Adam looks at me and goes, wouldn't it be something if everybody knew where they were at? during the fight. And I was like, ding, ding, ding. Of course. Why wouldn't we give an athlete the tools to be more successful, or a coach to be successful in telling their athlete, changing the game plan or helping them be more successful in the fight? And, so we worked on it a while. There were a few things that concerned me. And I'd have to say right off, it was making sure that the athlete was able to make the decision if they wanted it, to have a choice, that we didn't take that choice away from them. So that was really important to me. The presentation of how we did it, so that we didn't affect, the event, the athlete, the broadcast. And, thirdly, it would have been how my athletes reacted to it. And I have to tell you that we have had nothing but positive, comments. I mean, everybody loves it. Even as a coach, I don't know how you wouldn't love it. Whether you tell your athlete where they're at or how you motivate them or lack of, or what you say to them, knowledge is king. Knowledge is power. And if I'm doing a job and someone can give me tools to be more successful at what I'm doing, I want those tools. I think the question is more, why wouldn't you want the athlete to have this? Does it fix everything? No, it does not. It doesn't. And I don't think that anybody on my team or the commission here has ever said that it will replace judging or make it better or do any of those things. What it's doing is giving the athlete more tools in their arsenal to have more control over the outcome of their fight. You can educate these judges, you can do whatever, but at the end of the day, you still have 3 individuals that are going to watch something, and their perception of what is happening or how it happened or what is taking place can be different, And so for me, it was just a way of giving back to these athletes more control over their destiny. And I think that's hugely important.
So let's say you have 2 fighters fighting on a card, an upcoming card. How does it go down? Do you go up to both of them and say, do you want to know the scores? And then it's up to them. And if one says yes and one says no, what happens?
It's always controlled by the cornerman or the coach as well. We don't show the athlete. We show the cornerman. And yes, there are conversations that take place prior, and definitely there's conversations that are going on between the athlete, their corner/coach, of if they want to know or not. We don't show the scores on the broadcast until after the round starts, which the athlete should definitely be busy with that round, at the beginning of seeing what's going to take place next. So it avoids them inadvertently seeing those scores. But yeah, everything is kind of predetermined.
Okay.
Before.
Have you ever had a fighter say, I don't want to know, please don't tell me. Don't tell my corner, don't tell me.
We've never had anybody say, we've had someone say, they don't want to know, but the coach does. Huh. Because once again, it's an effective tool for the coach, whether he's saying to his athlete, he or she is saying, you're down or you're up or whatever. He or she knows what to say to that athlete to help motivate or, help them change up the game plan, if they're not being successful. The worst thing that could happen is, an athlete to think that they're doing extremely well and they've got the fight or they're winning, but they're down. And maybe they do back off of the accelerator, that pressure and things. For me, like I said, it's not about me. It's not about the promotion. It's not about what other people think. It's about the athlete and giving them the opportunity. So, yeah, and when that athlete didn't want to know, their coach didn't tell them, but the coach still wanted to know.
Okay, interesting. So the main thing that I hear from people who aren't in favor of open scoring, especially from the viewer, which is a crazy thing because at the end of the day, it's a very selfish stance, in my opinion, be like, oh, I don't want it to ruin my viewing experience. But all right, let's just keep going with it. They say, well, if the fighter knows that they are up 2-0 going into the third, then that third round is going to be super boring. They're going to take their foot off the gas. They're just going to coast. Surely you've had fights where one fighter is up 2-0 and they know the score. What happens then? Have you seen this type of thing happen in that third round?
No, I haven't. It's kind of actually the opposite, because the person that's down is really aggressive and pushing that pace. What is that other athlete going to do? They still have to fight, or what are they going to do? Run around the cage?
Right.
Now that's not going to look good, So, yeah, we haven't seen that. We've seen it actually the opposite. We've seen it motivate. We've seen it push for more action. Now, I'm a little biased, but I feel like our athletes always come to fight and they put on great performances. But I mean, with the open scoring, I mean, we haven't had those problems that people talk about. And we don't have people in the stands booing and trying to, fight the judges and all that other kind of stuff that I've seen. Those problems don't exist. I mean, we can all find problems with something if we want to look, but the truth is that this is a benefit right now to the athlete. And if nobody else is coming up with any better solution, we just can't sit on our hands and let it continue to affect these kids' careers. We just can't. So I'd rather it's the same reason I came into this sport. You can sit on the couch all day long and talk about change and what you don't like. But if you're not willing to get up and try to make a difference, then, what are you doing in the sport as far as I'm concerned? And I'm going to give a shout out to Adam on this. I'm used to standing on the ledge, sometimes by myself, and not worrying about the fallout. But, he's out on the ledge by himself sometimes when we first started. He didn't have that support from other commissions. Some of the commissioners that were part of the Kansas Commission were like, this is on you. You do this, you fail, you fail. So I give him mad respect for that because it takes innovative people to try to find solutions. It doesn't fix the problems, but it certainly gives the athlete more resources and control of that outcome. I hear a lot less of the, they still complain about judging, of course, but I hear a lot less about, them being robbed and stuff like that, because they know after that first round, where you're at. You have to know what you got to do in that second round, and probably if you're just quitting when you're 2 down, maybe you're in the wrong sport. That's the way I look at it anyway.
No, I couldn't agree more. The accountability is great because I do think it makes the judges better. But ultimately, I think that at the very least, we have to care about the athletes. And if the athletes are benefiting from this, if this is what they want, because they rarely have a say in anything, let them have this information. Let them have this luxury of knowing where they stand. It's kind of like, it's a great analogy that you just made that made me think of something. When you're playing baseball, different umpires will call balls and strikes in different ways. And you could walk up to the plate and be like, oh, that's his strike zone. Now I need to adjust my approach at the plate. And, I have to swing at this because this won't be called a ball, it will be called a strike. If you're armed with the knowledge of how 3 judges are scoring a fight after round 1, you think, I got that. Oh, wait, I actually lost that. I have to maybe adjust a little bit what I'm doing because I will probably lose 2 and 3 if I didn't have that knowledge. I was fighting 1 the same way. There's so many different ways that they can be benefited from this. Just knowing the information, like every other athlete out there, for the most part, knowing the information. Just curious, in the crowd, once the round starts, like once round 2 or 3, 4, 5 championship starts, does the crowd know the score as well?
Yeah, they can see it on the screen.
And what have you seen? Have you seen a situation where because my dream is like, oh, it flashes up and everyone's like, oh, we're going in, it's 1-1, here we go. Like, I actually feel like it makes it better. I don't agree with the people who say it's bad for the viewing audience. I actually think it makes it more interesting for the viewing audience. Have you said, and I know it's been weird times with the pandemic, there's not as many people out there, but there's been a few shows with crowds, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
have you seen?
Just started back with, yeah.
So have you seen that kind of reaction from people?
People are into it. No one complains about it. That's the thing, and I'm very accessible. Okay. I make sure, when you come in, to our event, I'm accessible. If you've got a problem, you can come up and talk to me. You don't like what we're doing. And I get no bad feedback. That's the thing. And think about what a tool of a resource that is for the athletes that are in the locker rooms preparing to enter the cage after the fight that's going, and they see the judging and how a judge, views something and things like that. I can't find the negatives, and I'd be the first to tell you, because I can assure you we wouldn't be doing it. If it affected my athletes in a negative way, we would not be doing it 100%. Is it perfect? No. Does it change, judging? No, it doesn't. But I think you can educate judges till, forever. And you're still going to have 3 human beings sitting there that could see something and look at it differently. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And like I said, if there were any problems, and there just aren't, I would tell you, I really would.
I know that.
But And there's going to be some people that don't want to try it because somebody else did it first. There's going to be people that complain. There's going to be people that don't understand. There's always going to be somebody out there that's not going to like it. But the truth is, it's not about them. If you look at this from an athlete's perspective, no other perspective, but an athlete, and you're in that cage, would you want to know?
Of course.
I can tell you right now, yeah. I would.
Of course.
Hands down, I would want to know.
Too much at stake. Are you surprised that more major promotions don't push for this?
No, honestly, no.
Why?
I don't, I'm not trying to be negative in any way or be disrespectful, but sometimes I don't know that the athlete is the focus. If there's, for me, it always has been. It just always has been. And this is something that, I can bring in another piece to a puzzle to make it better. And I think that should be everybody's priority. Because at the end of the day, everybody, you don't have fights, you don't have promotions if you don't have these athletes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's our responsibility. And I don't like to be called a promoter. I don't like the company I keep, sometimes under that title. But the truth is that it's my responsibility to ensure that I'm making sure that my athletes are successful at whatever that be, or that I'm giving them the resources that they need to do their job, and do it effectively. But it's also, they trust me. I want to make sure that I'm giving them the best that I can. I can't control those judges. I have nothing. I don't know what, the scores, whatever they do, that is not me. That's not Invicta. So all I can do is find a layer of protection. And this, in my book, is a way to give them some protection. It just puts it back on them.
Now, at some point, because as you mentioned, the Kansas Commission, they're the ones overseeing your events, Kansas State Commission, and they've been very open about being supportive of open scoring. If you guys, hopefully you go back on the road, you do an event here in California, or whatever, not all commissions, act the same, right? So what will you do? Have you thought of that? If you go back to California someday, if you go somewhere else, are you going to push to have open scoring for those events as well?
I certainly would inquire, absolutely. But me inquiring isn't going to change the mindset of that commission or whatever they have in place. Colorado has it in place.
Yes.
So that is definitely, a state that I will look to go to. But doesn't mean I won't go somewhere else because they don't have it. It's just when we can offer something like that does make a difference for an athlete, we're going to. If we can't, then, so be it. That's, we don't control the commissions. And I think that for the fans is another misconception out there that we should probably clear up, is that promotions do not control commissions.
Right.
And thank God, right? They don't.
Yes.
Literally. They do. They tell us it's their rules, their regulations. We, just abide to those. So I think it's really important that, we'll support any commission, what they, what their protocols are, what they do. But yeah, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, I kind of just wish that every commission was open to it, and it would be basically a situation where they speak to the promoter. You want it for the event or you don't want it for the event. Yeah. But I just can't imagine why anyone wouldn't want it, or at least not offer the option to have it. Because again, I feel like it makes the product better. I feel like it makes the fights better. And ultimately, the fighters, at the very least, they're going into a cage and punching each other in the face. They should know where they stand with so much at stake. So in conclusion, you're very happy with it. You're not looking to change. And if it was up to you, every Invicta event from here on out, regardless of whatever state you're in, would have open scoring. Would that be a fair thing to say?
Yeah, I think to say it more fairly would be to say, if it were up to my athletes,
yes,
every state that we would be going to would have open scoring. I think that's really the fair way to say it. And I'll just add to that is that the Kansas Commission doesn't tell you have to use it. It's completely up to the organizations. And I think that's another great thing, is that, we've all got to work together to be innovative. Just because the sport's been this way for so long and these people over here do it this way doesn't mean that's the right way or the best way. And I think we all need to continue to strive to make it better, but not make it better for us, make it better for the athletes. And that's just the bottom line.
Amen. When's the next event?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. June 20th. Tickets go on sale on Saturday. It's a great event. We're getting ready to announce the full card. A lot of international talent as well.
Nice.
So it's very exciting.
June 20th back in Kansas, right?
Yeah, back in Kansas City for that one.
Back in Kansas City. And in America, you can watch it on your YouTube channel.
YouTube, Facebook, and on Access TV.
And on Access TV. Well done. Yes,
Yeah.
Of course. They are owned by Anthem as well. Great to catch up with you as always, Shannon. Appreciate what you're doing for the sport, for the female fighters. It's great. Hey, how about boxing finally catching up to female fighting, right? All of a sudden, they're a little late to the game, but you're one of those visionaries who made women's fighting a hell of a lot more accepted and a hell of a lot more popular in our little MMA bubble. And it's nice to see the old guard of boxing starting to catch up with that event a couple weeks ago here in New York City. So kudos to you and the team, and good luck on June 20th.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
All
Same
right.
to you. Thanks for having me.
Talk to you soon. There she is, Shannon Knapp, the founder of Invicta FC, the all-women's promotion that has been doing great things for several years now. They have been around since April of 2012. The vast majority of their events have taken place in Kansas City, Kansas, also in Missouri, but these days they have been in Kansas City, Kansas for quite some time. And shout out to that commission. They have been doing great work and very avant-garde, if you will, forward-thinking bunch in terms of just trying to make the sport better. It's okay to evolve, you know, in baseball, which is the oldest of the old school sports. They actually have replay now, and you can actually challenge calls. Now, is this always the most exciting thing? No, but ultimately, the point is to get it right. Ultimately, the point is to get it right and to have the most fair event possible where the outcome is, you know, what was intended to be. Now, as I've said, I mean, we have a list here. I think I got it from Jedi on Monday, a comprehensive list of people that I have asked. And I know some of you are like, oh, Ariel, stop talking about the open scoring. Enough is enough. Listen, we're trying to invoke change. We're trying to make things better. We don't just sit here and talk about the same old, and just bellyache. He has been putting together, our good friend Jedi Goodman has been putting together. How about Jedi Goodman being the one to educate Daniel Cormier, Hall of Famer, 2-division champion? It's Jedi Goodman, of all people, educating Daniel Cormier, which is kind of mind-blowing. And he sent me the list of the people who have said yes to open scoring on this program: Luke Rockhold, Matt Brown, Wonderboy Thompson, Robert Whitaker, Michael Bisping, Eddie Hearn, Canelo Alvarez, Tyson Fury, and Corey Sandhagen, Carlos Esparza. We had a couple on Monday say yes as well. I mean, the list goes on and on. But I have to say, it did give me slight pause when one of my favorites in this game, a man who I respect tremendously, tweeted me that he was against open scoring. And when I got the tweet a couple of days ago, I actually had to check to make sure that this was in fact the right ally, Iaquinta, because I have so much respect for him. And I feel like we kind of sit on the same side of the fence on most things pertaining to this sport. And it gave me, I was like, wow, Al's against this? I mean, we've always kind of been on the same page, especially when it comes to fighter rights and, you know, the fighters having their say, getting what they deserve, etc. This gave me pause. And so another example, we're not just here to have people parrot our same thoughts and feelings. We want to have, differing thoughts and opinions and feelings so that we can have healthy, constructive debates. And so with that in mind, let us say hello to the one and only Raging Ally Iaquinta, who is an anti-open scorer. Look at this guy. Anti-open scorer.
Yeah, every time there's a bad decision, I'm like, here it comes.
Here it
3,
is.
2, 1. Open scoring from Ariel Helwani. This would fix the whole problem. Oh my God.
First of all, wait. Before we get into it, it's great to see you. Thanks for doing this. Cool pool table behind you. Billiards? I like it. Or is it snooker?
Billiards. Oh,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
9-ball, little 8-ball, you know?
I love it. Most importantly, off the top, Mazel Tov to you on selling the Jackman family a new home on Long Island. I mean, what a moment this was. Not only going above and beyond and getting them their house of their dreams, but getting Bruce Buffer to make the announcement, the picture on Instagram. I mean, a real 5-star first-class treatment that you gave this family. Well done, Al. This is beautiful stuff.
They all get the 5-star
That's true.
first class treatment. And it was awesome working with New York Rick and his family. Got to, I know him from the show and everything. We've seen each other, but when you work with someone that closely and his family, he's got a beautiful family, beautiful kids, and they're going to end up going to the same high school that I went to.
Wow.
So I just know that they're in they ended up in the best possible place, the best spot. It's like Long Island in general, it's beautiful. There's so many great towns. You can be at the beach in 15 minutes. You could be in the city in 45. You could be on the North Shore. You could be out in the Hamptons, but Wantagh got a special place in my heart. And we were looking at a bunch of different towns, and we found this house in Wantagh, and they loved the house. I don't even think they realize how great they're going to have it. They're going to realize as their kids get older, get into the school district and everything. It was a pleasure working with him, getting to know him. What a stand-up guy and great family. So it was awesome.
They're going to be Wantagh Warriors?
They're going to be Wantagh Warriors.
Wow. Yes. That is amazing. But honestly, when it comes to like inspection, he's a bit of a stickler, right? I mean, is he pointing out things? You're like, come on, Rick. I mean, we could let this go. Is he one of those guys?
Yeah, his wife's a stickler. You're not getting anything past Holly. That's for sure. I don't know if I don't want to go with. I mean, she's the two of them together are a great team.
That's great.
And they did a great job of working with me, and buying a house on Long Island right now. It's a fight. It's like, they put in so many offers. They fell in love with houses that they didn't get. And then, this one came along, and it all worked out the best. The whole time we were like, we all get frustrated. You find a house, everyone loves it. I think it's a great house for them. It's in a great town. You put in an offer way over asking price, and then someone comes in and they outbid you. They have a term that we can't agree to or something like that. And it's just heartbreaking every time because it's a big process. This is, it's a big move. It's where you're going to end up for a while. So when when we got that offer accepted, and there was a lot that went into it. It was a long process, a fun process. Now that it all worked out great.
Well done. Delighted for him and the family. And it was great to hear that he was working with you. He told me a little later in the process, and I thought it was amazing.
That was awesome. Man, it was awesome.
Now back to the real issue at hand here. How is it possible? Such a smart guy, such a worldly guy, a learned man. How could you be the one dissenter? I mean, I have not talked to one person who has, and you, because I have so much respect for you, I needed to have you on to explain to me why you would be against open scoring. What is it about open scoring that makes you say, no, I don't want it? Combat sports would be ruined. MMA would be ruined if we brought in open scoring across all the promotions. Please explain.
I didn't even think I thought you guys were kidding. I thought it was like a joke. Like, what? This is a thing that you like, you're I don't know, like you're drinking beers, you're smoking weed, and you're like, yo, wouldn't it be cool if they told people in between the rounds what the score was? Like and then you laugh about it, and then you just go on and you continue watching the fights. It's not even like a thing. You're going to let them know the score in between the round. This is like a throw. This is like,
why not?
Like
why would you not want to know?
Because why? Who's even bringing up knowing? Like, I'm not even understanding why. Like,
here. Okay, so my basic idea is
baseball?
The fighters shouldn't. We see time and again these fights that end with one fighter being like, I can't believe it. Well, at the very least, 3-round fight, 5-round fight, shouldn't you know where you stand? There's so much at stake. You know about this, the show, win model, the bonuses, you lose a fight, you go all the way down the ladder. There's so much at stake when you guys get 3 fights in a year. Wouldn't you want to know going into that 5th round, that 3rd round, I have to either finish this fight, I have to do something, I'm down, I thought it was up, it's tied, I thought it was up, blah, blah. What's wrong with that knowledge? Knowledge is power. I can't imagine one negative thing to come from having that knowledge. What's the drawback? That's the part that I can't wrap my head around.
The drawback is that it's not fighting. Like it's not fight. It's not, to know the score. It's like a sports thing. This is the the essence of like this is what it's all about. Like baseball, basketball, football, those guys are basically, they're fighting each other and they're agreeing not to fight. They're not going to hurt each other. We're going to keep score. I'm from the New York Mets. You're from the New York Yankees. I want to fight you because I want to see who's going to be better, but we're not going to fight because that's, we're not fighters. So we're going to play this game instead and we're going to keep score. And if someone wasn't watching on the outside, they're probably not going to know what the hell's going on because there's so many rules. There's so much this and that. You got to keep the score. So the score really doesn't mean it's like, we're competing in this game and that's the score. When you're watching a fight, you know who's winning. You can see who's winning the fight, who's not winning the fight. To put a number on it in between the rounds, it's just not that's not combat. That's not fighting. It's not.
But they are. They are putting a number. You just find out at the end as opposed to in the middle while it's happening. So you don't know that you're getting screwed in the middle of the fight. You only find out that you're getting screwed after the fight.
The point is to finish the fight. The fight is to be finished. This is the only reason that there's time limits. This is because we can't fight forever. In baseball and football, there's no way to end the fight. There's no way to end the game early. So you have to keep score. In this, there's no score. There shouldn't be a score. I would be a bigger advocate of letting there be no score and you just fight until someone finishes the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not doable because of TV, because of time, because of everything. But we're looking too much into the scoring thing and we're playing up to the score. Is everything about scoring or is it about trying to go in there and win the fight? I think the fighters know where they're at and where they stand. There's bad judging. The bad judging is, I don't think that's going to change whether you give them whether you let them know in the first round or whether you let them know at the end of the fight. If a judge is, holding these judges accountable for anything, it's not going to make a difference. These guys are in their own world. They're on their own planet. If you want to fix that, that's what I think needs to be fixed. But every time there's a bad decision going into open scoring, I don't think that's not it's like if you want to know the score, if the fighters want to know the score, I think that's a different thing. But if it has to do with fixing judging, no, I don't see how one fixes the other.
So to be clear, I've never said that open scoring will fix judging. And we can argue about the current system and how it's a 10-point must system and how that was originally instituted, right, for boxing, right? 10-point must system is a boxing scoring system that has now been implemented for MMA, and there have been changes to the scoring system. 2017, they changed it, they modified it. Now it's about damage, all that stuff. We could go on and on about all of that. I have never said that open scoring will fix judging or make judges better per se. Only thing I like it for is two reasons. Number one, it arms you with knowledge. You know where you stand going into these very important fights that can alter the trajectory of your career. And number two, if we know the same way we know what's going on in other sports when it's happening in real time, if we know that there's a Fugazi judge scoring a fight in a Fugazi way, you know of a couple, hey, if we put that spotlight on them as the show goes on, I feel like that will up their game. That will make them more accountable for their actions, right? Because you know this, they never have to answer for shit. They don't have to answer for anything. They put in these crappy scorecards and then they disappear into the ether. They're the only ones that never have to answer. You have to answer, your coaches have to answer, the promoters have to answer. Everyone has to answer except for these officials. And they're the ones that have the most impact on the fights when it comes down to it, when it's a decision fight. Why is that? They deserve to be held accountable just like you guys.
They should be held accountable. I can't argue with that at all. But I don't think whether they release a horrible judging score at the end of the fight or in between the first, second, third round, I don't see the difference.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
You think Doug Crosby is really going to you think he's going to give a shit? If they put his face, he'd like it more. He's going to enjoy that more. He's going to enjoy the score being, and I think, it's one judge in particular, but I think there's some great judges. There's some great judges and they've put in a lot of time and a lot of work. And it's a thankless job. You put out, even in between rounds, if you put up, 10-9, this guy and the judge has it right. It's like, okay, no one really pays attention to it. That was it. But I don't think showing the score, and are they they're not really showing the scores in between rounds. It's like, now we're going, all right, do we publicize the scores on the Titantron for everybody to see? Or do we have the ref go in there, and do we have the ref tell both corners, or are we just telling the corners? Or like, there's so much nonsense that goes.
Okay, well, let me tell you before you throw it out. So we just had Shannon Knapp on. Invicta has open scoring because they do their events in Kansas. The state of Kansas has open scoring. So does Colorado. And what they do is they will tell the coaches. Now, the fighter could say to the coach, he could say, or she could say, I don't want to know the score. So the coach is armed with the information. Maybe he doesn't want to relay it. Maybe he does, who knows? But at least someone on the team knows the score. They tell you, once the round now starts, round 2, 3, 4, anything after 1 starts, they flash it on the screen, they flash it on the broadcast. Don't you think, number one, the coach can now tell you a little, some different stuff. If you're now actually down 2-0 as opposed to 1-1, he can tell you a little bit of different attack. I think you would have that knowledge, right? You would want to know that you're down 2-0 as opposed to 1-1. You got to win this round. What if you think you're up 2-0 and it's actually you're down 2-0? What if you think you're up 2-0 and it's actually 1-0? Okay, fine. And then could you imagine? It's a sold out T-Mobile Arena. We're going into the 5th and final round. It's Ioane and Jacek versus Zhang Weili. It's a sold out Barclays Center. We're going to the 5th and final round. Khabib Nurmagomedov and Iaquinta taking this fight on 24-hour notice. And all of a sudden, boom, as my thing falls, 2-2. Oh my God. It's down to the last 5 minutes. Buckle up. This is going to be theater at its finest. Where's the drawback? Or 3-1. Al has to go for a finish. He's got everything on the line here. Watch Al just throw caution to the wind. Where's the drawback? I'm honestly trying to understand where the drawback is. Also, I just wanted to say to a previous point, I don't mean to go on and on here. I don't know if you're a baseball fan, and the anti-open scorers, they hate when you compare, fighting to other sports. And I get it to a degree, but just stick with me here for a second. Are you a baseball fan? Do you follow baseball at all? Do you watch baseball at all?
Very little, but yeah.
Umpires, they all kind of call games a little bit differently, right? They talk about how the strike zone is a little bit bigger for this guy, a little bit smaller for this guy. You're Aaron Judge, you go up to the plate and you're like, damn, this guy's strike zone is a lot smaller than I expected. He just called that ball that I thought was a ball a strike. Oh my gosh, now I have this knowledge that I got to swing if it's here when it's usually a ball, it's actually a strike. I got to swing. If not, I'm going to be, striking out looking, right? So now you have the knowledge of how these fights are being scored. Or these games being scored. So now you go to a fight, you're in Virginia and you're fighting Jorge Masvidal, and the round that you thought was a round for you, they actually scored it for him. Now I got to do things a little bit differently in order to ensure that I won this, and in order to ensure that no one boos me on the way out and hates me because they know where the score is at before we even raise the hands. Where's the drawback, Al? I'm very much struggling to see where the drawback is.
That was one of the biggest moments of my career. I got on that mic and I told them to go. But so in the going into the 5th round, no matter what the score is, if it's close, if it's not, if it's 3-1, 2-2, you're getting that reaction no matter what. People are going, oh man, the judges could have it this way. The judges could have it that way. I think it's this guy, freaking Jansen. My buddy's on the corner saying, he's got this guy. Freaking this guy's on the other side of the couch. He's going, no, we're winning. This is what it's all about. There's that unknown going into it, and the fighters know where they're at. I think they know if it's a close fight. They know if it's a blowout. If they need to get the finish, it's not. Some guys, they need to get the finish, and they elect not to go for it because you could tell a guy that he's up. He's losing 4-0 in a title fight, and he might just, it's not going to, that I don't think is going to force him to go for the finish.
Why?
If he knows he's down.
Why not?
If he knows he's down, he's going to go for the finish, anyway. I think the fighters know where they're at in the fight.
No, they don't. Every week I see someone being like, I can't believe I lost that. Rose is upset. Holly's upset. This guy's upset. They're upset every week that they thought they were winning the fight and they don't get the nod. It's like every week at this point.
Are they upset?
Gilbert's upset. Everyone's upset.
Well, is that why they're upset? I don't think that's the, I mean, like, they're upset that the judges didn't give them the decision, but is that really, I think there's more to be, there's certain fights where it's like, who even cares what the judges think? Right. This fight, let's like go to the next fight. Let's get Michael Chandler back in here doing backflips. You know what I mean? At that point, who cares what the judges think? We're just
but you guys care. This is half your paycheck. This is your livelihood. Again.
Oh yeah, but in certain fights, yeah. But guys are fighting, girls are fighting.
What's so interesting about this to me is that you have been one of the most outspoken guys in terms of like fighter rights, especially on the UFC roster. And this to me is all about the fighters. Like you guys have such, at this point, your power is so limited, right? You have such a little say in what you get. You don't get to choose what you wear. You don't get to choose what your corner wears. Heck, you can't even bring in an American flag anymore into the cage. It's that limited. Forget about the banners from back in the day in the Spike TV days. You don't get, you have to be tested 24/7, 360, all this stuff. You have so little say. The only say that you have really is like, who's going to be cornering you? You can't even pick your manager sometimes. You know this. They sometimes say, oh, I'm not going to deal with that guy. Get me to the next guy. At the very least, shouldn't you know where you stand in a fight? Like, again, I don't see how it would affect how you fight, and I really don't see how it affects the product. And I'm surprised, I have to say I'm surprised, Rage Now, who's been at the forefront, who's taken a lot of bullets, a lot of shots, is anti-open scoring.
Because it's just, this is the sport that I love, that I grew up with.
You think it ruins it?
The good fighter, that's a strategy. A great fighter is strategic in winning a fight the way it is now. You're going to completely change the sport. It's going to be completely changed. And once you do that, then it's like, what are you going to go? If it doesn't work out, are you going to go back? Are you going to? But this is for the guys that grew up watching MMA, and like that's a whole factor in the sport to win the judges, and not knowing what the score, being smarter than your opponent. You know what I mean? You're going to give your opponent knowledge that you might be ahead of the game. You might be ahead of your opponent, and now you're giving your opponent a little bit of information that you knew. You might know. I might know. I might say, listen, this idiot across the cage from me, he might think he's up. He's going to take his foot off the gas. But I'm smarter than him. He doesn't know the score. I know the score.
How can you be sure? How could you be sure you know the score? How could you be sure?
Well, that's the thing. You can't be sure. That's the thing. The smarter guy going into the smarter fighter going into the fifth round doesn't need to know the score. They know the score. If their technique is and their experience and everything, their fight IQ is higher than the other fighter, you're evening the playing field by giving the dumber fighter the score going into the later rounds, or going into any round, really. The first round, a fighter might come out and they might have thought they won, and they didn't. And now I know I won the fight. Or I might know that I lost the round, and the guy ahead of me, he might have thought he lost it too, but I know I lost, so I know I have to go hard in the third. He might have thought, you know what I mean? So it's I think the smarter fighter doesn't want the other fighter to know in between rounds.
Okay, what about this?
Sure.
What if they came up to you and said, do you want open scoring? And you say no, but your opponent, Jorge Masvidal, is like, yeah, I want it. Would you be okay if he knew and you didn't? Or would you be okay with something that I said this past Monday, where I was like, all right, they go up to you guys after the weigh-ins Friday morning, and they say, do you want open scoring? If you say yes and Masvidal says yes, you'll have open scoring for this fight. But if you say no and Masvidal says yes, no, sorry, no open scoring for anyone. You have to be on the same page. So there could be some fights. Hey, and it comes up as like, this next fight's brought to you by Modelo, brewed for the fighting spirit. We want to let you know both fighters have agreed to open scoring in this bout. We will know where they stand going into the final round. Isn't that fun?
The whole conversation, I'm going, what are we even talking about? This is fighting. We're not playing bait. There's no score. Like, you tell me that if it goes to a decision God forbid, you don't never want it to go to a decision. You want it. I don't want to worry about the score in between the first rounds. I don't want someone we're like talking about this before. Yeah. It's like we're making deals before.
But there is scoring. Scoring is a part of the sport. It's just arming yourself with the knowledge in the middle of the fight as opposed to at the end of the fight where you have to complain afterwards. I can't believe it.
Scoring is a part of the sport, and also not knowing what the score is a part of the sport. That's the beauty of the sport. That's what is so great about it.
Shouldn't we evolve over time? Shouldn't we?
Yes. If judging was perfect, would you still want open scoring? If the right fighter won every single time, the right fighter, it's subjective. You can't really you watch two guys fight on the street. There's some guys they're gonna get two people fight on the street. There's a knockout. Everyone knows who won. The neighborhood, everyone's talking, and it's this guy won, this guy didn't. You get a fight where two guys or girls just go at it. And in the neighborhood, some people are saying this guy won. Some people won. There's never going to be a right or wrong. There's always going to be an issue. The issue that open scoring, I feel like you're really pushing it for, is when someone is getting screwed in the judging. And
it's not just screwed, just having the knowledge. Just having the knowledge. By the way, I would love a world where no fight goes the distance and there's a definitive winner. But as you know, that doesn't always happen, especially when you have two high-level athletes. Another issue that I have, by the way, is that it's a boxing model. Now, here's the thing. In boxing, there's some crazy scorecards. Let's be honest. I mean, it's sometimes, we just saw a fight with Dimitri Bivol and Canelo. It was not as close as the scorecards would suggest. However, I know what a 10-8 is in boxing. You get knocked down, it's a 10-8. I know what it is. In MMA, what the hell is a 10-8? Oh, when there's a lot of damage, like this is a video game. Don't you feel as an athlete like it's all just a little bit confusing, especially with the new changes that they brought upon in 2017? I mean, let's be honest. The broadcasters don't even know half the time what the scoring is. They say, oh, that takedown sealed the deal. Takedowns can't seal the deal, a quick takedown. That's not how you actually score a fight. It's about damage. Do you feel as an athlete that it's a little confusing, or do you feel like you're armed with the right information, knowing how the judges are actually scoring these fights in this day and age?
Well, that's a whole different story, I think. I think this and open scoring are two totally different things.
It's a bridge. It's a bridge.
It's not a bridge. It's not a bridge. It's going to change the sport. This is what it's all about. This is what it's been like forever. Everyone growing up watching this sport. If a kid's growing up and he's watching an open scoring, it's like
amazing.
God, so
great theater.
So again, couldn't be more against it. But what was the last thing we were just talking about?
I was talking about, okay, let's just say you're not into open scoring, because again, as I've said, I don't think open scoring fixes judging.
The 10-8. Oh, I got you. The 10-8 round.
The knowledge, right? Do you know how fights are being scored now? Do you really feel like you have a grasp on how the fights are being scored, what they're looking for? How do you win a round?
See, I do.
You do?
I think a lot of people might not. I think there's a lot. I mean, you got to really know. It's tough. It's tough. I think I have a general idea of how they're scoring it. There's always the outlier judges,
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people
that's the issue. The 10-8, I think they could be a little bit more giving with 10-8 rounds. I think there definitely should be a 10-9 should be one thing and a 10-8 should be another thing. And those should be clearly stated. And I think more 10-8 rounds are needed to judge fights fairly. But I think that's the issue. The issue is the judging. The issue is not the open scoring is not going to fix anything. If anything, if I'm sitting in between the first and second round, and I think I just beat the crap out of a guy, and they come out of here and they go, "You lost that round." I don't know. I'm free. You might like self-destruct. The fighter might self-destruct. You know what I mean?
What do you mean self-destruct? What are you talking about?
I don't know. You can see people. If someone goes out there and has a great round, they think they're winning, and then you tell them that they lost that round.
You're a fan of wrestling, right? Not pro wrestling, like collegiate wrestling, amateur wrestling. What if they never scored those fights? Like they never made that public. Only the referee knew. He didn't say anything. He didn't do like the. He didn't do any of that. How would that be fair?
Well, that's kind of like the same thing as they're agreeing not to throw punches, and this is how we're going to win this fight.
But you don't know where you stand. Gable Steveson doesn't win the Olympic gold if he doesn't know where he stands. You know that, right? You saw that.
But I did see that. Incredible.
It was incredible.
That guy, he's the man. Incredible.
But he doesn't know. If he doesn't know where he stands, he is not doing what he did in those final, whatever it was, 18, 20 seconds to win the Olympic gold. He's probably doing one of those things, and he's not actually going for it. Now, let me ask you this. Can I put you on the spot here for a second? Do you mind?
Gable Steveson one. That's a good one.
That is a good one. Come on, Al.
That's a good point. But I just can't get with it. I can't get with it. It's a great point. You bring up a great point, but it's not going to be 4 minutes and 50 seconds in the fifth round.
No, but it'll be 5 minutes.
He has to what's that?
It'll be 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that's how it is anyway. They got 5 minutes.
They don't know for sure. I just saw a fight with Carla Esparza and Rose. Rose thinks that she's winning.
Oh my God. Don't bring that fight up, please.
Okay, can I read you something? Can I read you something? I just saw a fight with MVP and Logan Storley, your boy Logan. You saw this fight in London?
Yes.
I hate to say it. I know you're both Dave Martin guys. Love Dave. Love Logan. Logan didn't win that fight. I'm sorry. You know this, right? You don't win fights by holding on to people. You don't win fights.
Damage is first and foremost.
Yes.
That's for sure. Control, that's a different kind of fight. It's a different kind of fight. And I don't think what the scoring, how is that going to make a difference though? They're going to tell him that he's getting taken down. He's getting held. Everyone knows it. And that's it. What are you going to do about it?
Let me ask you this. Laura Sanko.
If you would have told him that he won every round, he's still getting taken down and he's getting held down. There's no difference. He knew the whole time that he was probably, if he thought he was winning that fight off of,
he won
very few strikes.
48-47. MVP won 48-47.
Yeah.
In my mind. Laura Sanko is a great ambassador for the sport. You know Laura, right?
I don't agree with the 48-47 in Ariel's.
I know. The damage. Look at the damage. Okay, I
don't think anything changes. What changes though? Is it going to be a less of a controversial decision when we knew that the whole time going along? Because MVP couldn't have done anything to change it. He would have. Well,
if he knew he was down, maybe he does something differently. The other thing that I'm trying to mention here is that it's all very confusing. The whole damn thing is confusing for everyone. We have journalists putting out tutorials on how to score fights, when in reality we should be the one asking the questions about this. And actually, the media is tending to know more about this. Let me read this to you. Okay, Laura Sanko put out this great poll 18 hours ago. Listen to what I say here. Quiz: Fighter A takes down Fighter B with a high crotch, okay? You got a Fighter A, he takes down Fighter B with a high crotch. I'm going to name the fighters to make it easier. Iaquinta takes down Jorge Masvidal with a high crotch. Lifts him.
Don't make it about us. Just do a Fighter A, Fighter B.
Okay, fine. Sorry, I'm just trying to make it like okay. Lifts him and all right, fine. Sorry. Lifts him and slams him down, but Fighter B immediately gets up. Okay, so he took him with a high crotch, lifts him, slams him down, but Fighter B gets up immediately. Fighter B then takes down Fighter A with a body lock trip and controls A on the ground for 2 minutes. Literally nothing else happens in the round. Who wins? She adds this: it's a theoretical exercise. 0 strikes are thrown in this round. I realize that would never happen in real life. Maybe not. But sometimes isolating factors like this help to get to the root of the idea. So, who do you think won that round? Was it Fighter A who took him down with the high crotch with the big slam, but then the guy got up right away? Or is it the guy who got up right away, took him down with the body lock trip, controlled him, but didn't throw any strikes, but controlled him for 2 minutes? Who won that round, in your opinion?
This is you're like this. Who won the round?
Who would you score it for? You got your guy goes back. You say, "Yo, you got this," or "Yo, you lost this."
Honestly, it depends on the slam. If it's you got to think about it like almost like a street fight. Like, who would you rather be at the end of those? At the end of that exchange, who would you rather be? Did the guy get slammed on his head and like, did he get rattled and did he get hurt? Was there damage done? If there was damage done, then you got to go with that guy. I got to think.
Yeah.
If the guy took him down, it was like a smooth technical takedown. And then the other guy is working to escape and the other guy's, switching from half guard, doing a beautiful escape to and getting his leg out, going to a side control, mount it, or if it's a technical way that he keeps him down, you got to respect the technique. So I think it depends. It goes so much.
By the way, I agree. It's fighter A. The big slam should win because it was the most impactful damage of the round. But the fact that we're like, but the 2 rounds, this and that, this to me is more of a stain on the sport than knowing at least what the score is. That's not fighting. Oh, but you held me down for 2 minutes. What the hell is that? That's not how fighting till the death is. At least know where everyone stands. That's the bottom line. Could I ask you another thing, by the way, before I'm going to have to let you go here because I don't want to take up your whole day. I know you got a ton of houses to sell.
Big closing coming up tonight. I got one tonight.
Geez.
Another one on Friday.
Mazel tov.
Frank Spano, Matt Serra black belt.
Oh yeah,
beautiful house. Hot
I'm hearing July 16th, Long Island. Any chance Ray Janelle makes a return or no? Too soon.
Slim to none.
Okay. Are we officially done?
I don't know, man.
Right.
I don't know. Let's just doing what we're doing.
The UBS.
Aljamain, do you know what the 23rd of May is?
Tell us. Go ahead. You were there.
Aljamain Sterling Day.
Amazing. You were there.
I was there. I saw the whole thing. It was insane. They shut down. We went from Uniondale to East Meadow to Belmore to Merrick. Went through all the towns, ending up at Uniondale High School. It was awesome to see. I mean, that guy, after 13 months of what that guy went through, when the other guy knees him in the head and all these fans are talking crap, and I love him. He pokes at him a little bit and he keeps him going. And then the way he went out there and everyone thought he was getting killed. Everyone said he was getting killed this time. Peter Yan was going to go, he's an actor, is this and that. That first fight was not a true representation of what Aljo do. And I think he's still getting so much better. It's scary how much he's still got a lot. He was off for 13 months. He just got back in. That's a huge layoff.
Yeah.
Goes in there and you see how quick he took Peter Yan's back.
Oh, it was great. That second round.
He deserved every bit of that. They shut down the streets. They had the politicians, the police officers, the firefighters, everyone paying respect. The streets were closed down. We were going through there. Aljo was just, loving everybody. This is a guy that deserves every bit of it. So hats off. May 23rd, Aljamain Sterling Day.
Yeah. And July 17th. Do you know what July 17th is?
Chris Weidman Day.
That's right. I think April, it would be April 7th should be Iaquinta Day.
No, come on.
The day you took the great Khabib to deep waters. You got screwed that night too, by the way. You got screwed.
I got freaking screwed. Those judges, those freaking judges, we got to fix judging. I should have had a parade. I should have had a day.
That's right.
No, you can't.
I'm just joking.
Aljo and I know, me too. what Weidman what they've done is incredible for Long Island, for the sport, for everybody, and it's so well deserved that they got this day, man. It's great. It's awesome.
Great conversation, great debate, Al. I still love you, even though you're very much wrong in this regard. But you're always welcome here, and I appreciate you having this conversation with us.
You know what this would be like, Ariel? This is the same thing in reverse.
What?
It would be like if they said a baseball game.
Yes.
Well, we shouldn't even give them the score. We shouldn't tell them the score.
Yeah. All right. So they'll write it down on a piece of paper.
Till the end of the game, they shouldn't tell them. They shouldn't tell them the score.
I feel like it's pretty easy to keep track, and everyone would. By the way, I feel like everyone would want to keep track.
What is it?
I feel like everyone would want to know the score, so they would write it down on a piece of paper. Yankees 2, Angels 1.
Yeah, but you got to watch the fight. You got to watch. You got to see what's going on. One guy gets slammed, then the other guy comes back. He controls him. Who wins the round? You don't know. The slam might have been a little harder than it's all subjective. It's all subjective, and this is the best sport in the world. Ariel, don't ruin it.
All right, fine.
Open scoring. Nonsense.
We're going to talk to Andy Foster, the best commissioner in sports, next, so we'll get his take on it all. Maybe he agrees with you. I appreciate you coming on and talking to us about it, Al.
Love you, Ariel. Always, my man.
There he is.
Disagreement. This is how we come to great resolutions with a little bit of argument between two of the most intelligent minds in the world.
I agree.
I'll talk, brother.
Please don't do it. Oh, there he is. He always does it. He always seems to do it. Hopefully with less force. I dropped something here. My Art Jimerson. Oh, no. They're all falling. My Art Jimerson guy, his head fell off. I got a little too excited there. I think we're good, right? The legend Art Jimerson. Well, this has been fun. Talk to Shannon Knapp. Talk to Iaquinta. I got my water bottle here. It says to hydrate. It says to take a break. It says to go outside. It says to don't worry, be happy. It says good vibes only. There's a little s'mores guy doing a little dab thingy here. It's good stuff. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by, in my opinion, the best commissioner, executive director, executive officer, guy who runs a commission, just so happens to run commission of one of the biggest states in the country and most impactful and powerful states when it comes to combat sports. Did you know, by the way, that there are more people who live in California than in Canada? Frank, did you know that?
I'm sorry, I was hoping the next guess. What was the question?
There are more people living in California than Canada.
I can believe it, yeah.
It's crazy. It's a crazy stat. Anyway, I think he's the best. I think he's the gold standard. And there's been a lot of sort of regulation / commission / officiating topics that we've been discussing. And part of the reason why I wanted to have this particular show is I want to talk to the people who are actually, out there making these decisions, coming up with these decisions, and find out about their thought process. So like I said, we talked to Shannon, we get the promoter side of thing, we talk to the fighter, get the fighter side of thing. Later, we'll get the commentator side of thing with Dominick Cruz. But I want to talk to the great Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission, the executive director of the California State Athletic Commission, about this issue and a hell of a lot more issues. He's kind enough to join us. There he is, the great Andy Foster. Andy, how are you?
I'm good, Ariel. Thanks. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yes, it's wonderful to talk to you. And yes, I haven't seen you in quite some time. And like I said, I'm always very appreciative. It's honestly a great privilege and honor to have you on, because one thing that kind of gets at me a little bit is that I feel like there's not enough transparency and accountability when it comes to officiating in combat sports, regulation in combat sports. You're the biggest one. You're the best, in my opinion, and yet you're always very accessible to us. And I think that says a lot about you and the way you run your state. So thank you for the time. I appreciate it. There's a lot I want to ask you about, because this is, it's just such a great privilege to be able to pick your brain. I've been debating a lot on this show and over the past few weeks about open scoring. I know that it has been used in boxing before by several, promoters and sanctioning bodies. Not so much in MMA. There's a major one called Invicta that does it in Kansas. I know Colorado does it a little bit. Combate Global does it a little bit as well. Are you in favor of open scoring for MMA bouts?
No.
Why?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why, but I think the biggest reason, Ariel, is you'll lose the last round a lot of the time. Okay, if the fighter knows that they're up, they're going to fight defensive. They're going to fight to win. So if they're up 2 rounds, they'll a lot of times they'll coast that last round. It's not me saying it. I can show you videos of it happening, especially in boxing. So I've watched that before. There's also this idea that one of the more iconic moments of combat sports, whether it's boxing or mixed martial arts, is, especially in a championship fight, is when Bruce or Michael Buffer or Jimmy or whoever says, and still or the new. That's something that's unique to combat sports, and I wouldn't want to take that away from it.
Have you ever, overseen an MMA event that was using open scoring, whether in Georgia or California?
I think we tried it once in Georgia. I think we did try it once in Georgia.
Okay, so you think, but maybe it's not at the top of your mind, certainly not in your great tenure as the executive director of the California State Athletic Commission. Why not at least try? Because I would actually beg to differ that you wouldn't see that coasting, and there are ways in order to combat that coasting or to deter fighters from coasting. If they're being too timid. I mean, we've seen back in the day, in the Pride days, there was yellow cards, red cards. I'm not saying that we would do that in the United States, but there are ways to counter that. Why not at least try? Maybe amateur events, something like that.
I'm open to trying anything. We'll try. It'll improve the sport. I'm open to trying things. But the question you asked me was, am I in favor of it? I'm not. I could maybe be persuaded if it turned out to be a good thing. I'm open to trying things, especially with the amateur program. But, I think, and you just mentioned something that I think gets to the heart of this issue. And I think you mentioned the yellow card. Okay. And I think in the United States, we'd call that the timidity foul in some respects. Okay. I think that foul is not used enough. I think we need to be implementing that foul. I think if you're going to criticize judges, and look, I'm not saying you in particular, I'm saying in general, if the criticism of judges, there needs to be this idea that the referee gives the judges something to score. Let's give the judges something to score. If they're going to be, if a wrestler is going to use essentially offensive defense, the wet blanket effect to keep a fighter from being able to fight for 5 minutes, that's a hard round to score based on our criteria that's based on damage.
You used to be a fighter. That's why I think that your opinion matters so much. I believe your record was 11-2 by the time you called it a career. Am I right about that? 11-2?
I really don't remember, Ariel. I don't. It's been a long time since I've done that.
Okay, well, somewhere in that ballpark. I believe it's 11-2 if Tapology is to be believed. My question to you is, if you were armed with the information that you were up 2-0 going into the third round of a fight back in the day in your career, would you have coasted? Are you the type of fighter that would have sat back and fought in a timid manner?
I don't think I would have fought timid, me personally, but I would have fought conservative. I would have fought cautious. I wouldn't have took risks and get myself knocked out if I could help it. I wouldn't put myself in bad positions. There's ways that you can fight and still be cautious and not look like you're fighting cautious. You can be, you can be less offensive. You can be less risk taking. And maybe I'm different, but I think I would have been more. You're not going to go out there and do nothing and run off. That looks stupid. Nobody's going to do that. But you're probably not going to take the big risk and go and get in the phone booth and start battling it out in the last 10 seconds, that type of thing.
Sure. And it's easy to say that, right? But when you have an opponent who knows that they're down 2-0 and they're coming at you and trying to cut corners, right? And trying to cut your angles, it's hard to say that you're not going to take as many risks when you got someone swing for your head. I guess the main thing is that I'm trying to get to is I hear a lot of people who bring up the example that you just brought up earlier, and I just have a hard time believing if the fight is being reffed the right way and if fighters are agreeing to compete to a certain level, that you're not going to see someone coasting, because it's almost impossible to coast in a 5-round cage fight. That's and as you know, fighters, this is not really of your concern, but I feel like the rights of fighters are being diminished every day. They can't have their own sponsors. They can't, do this, that, and the other. Well, I just love the idea of fighters, and I feel like you're pretty, fighter friendly. You changed the weigh-ins, for goodness sake. You made them in the morning. That helped the fighters tremendously. I feel like the fighters should, at the very least, have the knowledge of where they stand going into these massive fights when there's a show win pay model where they go all the way down the ladder, where their entire lives could change dramatically had they known they were, tied as opposed to up, etc. Isn't that good knowledge? Isn't that knowledge power to them?
I mean, there's arguments for and against, Ariel. There's for and against. I'm not saying I'm not open to trying it, but what I certainly would not want to happen in any shape, form, or fashion is the judges being able to figure out where the other judges are at on this where they're at in the fight. Ariel, whether it's on purpose or not, you'll see some balancing of scorecards. I mean, we love our judges and they do the best they can, but it's just human nature to want to be in the majority in all these rounds. And if a judge finds out they're in the minority, my fear would be, I've saw this with boxing before, is that if it's a close round, they're going to balance their scorecard. Mm-hmm. I don't want to say that in every case, but that's a concern. So if we did have open scoring, I would not want the judges to know where we're at. And I don't know how you can keep that from happening. There are ways, of course, but there's this idea, well, you just tell the corners and you don't tell the public. Well, how's that going to work? I mean, the whole idea is to let the public know what the score is between. And if the public knows, how are the judges not going to find out? I mean, I think there's ways to solve all this. But you brought up a point earlier. It's not just the judging that has to be influenced by this. The open scoring, if we go to that, the referees have to be involved in this discussion also. There has to be more use of the timidity foul. We have to keep the action going if somebody does decide to coast. And that is a departure from where we're at now, because how many times in the UFC or Bellator have you saw a timidity foul issued in the last 10 years?
Yeah, rare, very, very rare, if ever. I do think, by the way, that there is a way that you can arm the corners with this knowledge and not have the other judges know, what their peers have put out in terms of a score. I think there's ways around that. I do want to ask you, though, because since we're talking about the timidity, and I want to get to several topics here, 10-10 rounds, rare if ever you see them. Do you think that we should be seeing more of them?
No.
Why?
Because you've got 3 judges. And if one judge does it and the other 2 doesn't, you're going to, on a 30-point fight, you're going to mess stuff up. I mean, you don't have enough rounds to make up that 10-10 round. It's the same idea with the 10-8 round. At least in boxing, you have the knockdown indicator, whereas 96% of the time, you're going to get a 10-8 round if there's a knockdown in that round. Mixed martial arts, especially the judges, the Sal's and the Derricks of the world, and those folks like that, you're going to see very consistent 10-8 rounds with the Mike Bells and the Rons and all those people like that. But when you're we're still having a hard time getting consistency with 10-8 rounds, whether it's a 9 or an 8. And when we start talking about whether a round's a 10-10 not, and they're not used to scoring that, man, you want to talk about, you'll have 2 10-9s and a 10-10 or 2 10-10s and a 10-9. The use of the 10-10 round for a large part is used in like incomplete rounds. Say 30 seconds and a foul happens or something and the person has to score the round. A 10-10 round is entirely appropriate if there's nothing to score there, something like that. And that's happened before. In big fights, but it seems like St. Preux might have had a 10-10 round before. But for the most part, I don't think that we should be scoring 10-10 rounds, because you will start seeing inconsistencies from the judges, which will influence the final result of the fight, especially on a 30-point fight.
How do you feel about the current state of judging?
Well, Ariel, I've been watching it a long time. I know you've been watching it a long time as well. You go back to the late 90s, early 2000s, the judging is much better than it was then. It is much better than it was then. The controversy from this past weekend is we're talking about a difference of opinion on one round of a 5-round fight among the best judges in the world. I mean, that's literally what we're talking about. So I feel like it's gotten better. There's always room for improvement. We're trying to improve it, but some of this has to do. I've said it before in this interview. You have to give the judges something to judge. And I think if we're going to move judging forward in some respects, this is an entertainment sport. I think this idea of using the timidity foul a bit more for the referees needs to be taught a little bit. We need to be using that.
I love that. And we don't talk about that enough. You, to the best of my knowledge, you continue to do this. You have a monthly sort of Zoom chat, right? Where you guys go over hot topics as far as officiating is concerned. You review old fights, things of that nature. I know you were doing it during the pandemic. Are you still doing it?
Yeah, we had one like 2 weeks ago or something like that. You're welcome to attend the next one. Anybody is. I give a link out to anybody. Come and watch if you're an official or you're a commentator, regulator, or a journalist, whoever, I'll let anybody come. It's not like it's a secret. And we talk about fights. We talk about rounds. We talk about especially ones that are interesting. This round that you were talking about with me, I'm sure we're going to talk about on the next one, and we'll talk about it. We pull the criteria up and we go over it. I think it's a helpful exercise. I think it builds the new judges. We're trying to build a new group of people coming up because there is some turnover. But, to your point, yeah, we still do it. It's not every other month. It's about every other month now. During the pandemic, we were doing it every week because, man, we didn't have any fights to do.
Right. How many people usually attend these?
I think last time, I don't know, maybe 118 were on there last time, something like that.
To the best of your knowledge, do any other states do this?
Well, Nevada started doing it for a little while during the pandemic. I don't know if they're still doing it, but it was essentially, I think, the same group that I had. And Mark Goddard over in the UK has been doing it for he did it a couple months ago. He started doing it as well. But I don't know of any other states that do it. But everybody comes and visits with us. It's like the ABC, so you can come visit. No,
sure.
There's no problems.
What percentage would you say are non-officials who attend, i.e., coaches, people who would be in corners, commentators, media, things like that? People who their voices are out there talking about judging, officiating, things like that, and those who obviously have to coach corner fighters who are involved in these fights. What percentage would you say are those?
I bet we had 20 last time, something like that. Of the 110 or 120, whatever we had, something like that.
Because the reason I bring this up is I had a chance to, when I was working at ESPN, to work as a sideline reporter for some NBA broadcasts. And at the beginning of the 2019 season, they said, "Hey, everyone's coming together at a restaurant in Manhattan." And the legends of the broadcast team were there, like guys who have been calling NBA games for 30 years. And this was night one of a 3-day seminar where the NBA would put on a conference and talk about rules and updates and go over controversial plays from the previous season. More often than not, I love the UFC broadcast team. I love the Bellator broadcast team, but I feel like the commentators are inaccurate when talking about how fights are scored. And I've said for 2-3 years, ever since I went through this, I was like, we should do this in MMA every year, go over things just so that the people who are speaking about it to the public are speaking about it in the right way. Now I've come to find out that there might be something next month involving the UFC broadcasters, which feels like, all right, great. Is this something that you are going to be a part of? And have you advocated for this in the past? Because I think that's one of the big problems. I think the audience is getting a little bit confused as well. And maybe even some of the fighters who are watching these fights and listening to people talk about the fights.
Well, I mean, yeah, Mark Ratner mentioned it to me. I'm going to try to get over there if it's possible, if I can. But I'm happy to do that. We're happy to talk about it. We talk about the Zoom. People just don't know about my Zoom calls. Like I'm trying to keep it a secret. Anybody can come, but especially if they're a fighter and they think that, they want to learn, or the corners more so than the fighters. I mean, that would be helpful as well for the corners to learn, because I'm convinced, Ariel, that some, not all, of course, but some of the corners of these big fighters may not know exactly how the judges are scoring this thing. They may not know exactly. And, I think once that they figured it out, it may change some of the strategy and how, because it might. So, I think it's a good idea for them to come. And we had some last time, and, anybody's invited.
And that's why I advocate for open scoring, by the way, because I've used the baseball analogy. When you step up to the plate and you see a ball go by you and you think it's supposed to be a ball, but the umpire called it a strike, now this guy back here is calling the game a little different. His strike zone is a little smaller. So now you are armed with this knowledge that, hey, I got to swing the next time that same curveball comes in. Well, if you're a corner and you see that first round that you thought you guys had in the bag was actually a 10-9 for the other guy, now you could at least maybe adjust things so that you can adapt to what the judges are scoring.
Again, I'm open to try.
Okay, this is nice.
Especially in the amateur program, I could let you know how it goes. I've saw it in boxing. Sometimes it doesn't affect anything. I think sometimes I saw it work for the good, but I saw people coast. I have saw that with my own eyes. So,
all right. We'll put a pin on that for a moment. I want to ask you about another one that has come up a lot in the UFC, especially lately. This whole no contest DQ debate. Was it intentional? Was it not intentional? I personally feel like you throw something, it's intentional. Now, if it happens to land, below the equator, well, then guess what? That's your fault. You should be DQ'd. I just think it should be blanket. How do you feel about this? Because we saw a couple of occasions there where I was like, no, it wasn't intentional, so it's going to be a no contest. The other guy was hit behind the head. It's like, what? That's a DQ. You did an illegal foul.
Yeah, that's so hard. Ariel, I can just speak just in generalities, unless we're talking about a specific one. But DQ should be a last resort. It should be the very last resort a referee has. People didn't come to watch somebody get disqualified. Nobody came for that. Was it an accident or was it not? Sometimes people, they're aiming, they hit the wrong place. I understand it's their fault. I get it, but when I think of an intentional foul, I'm thinking of something that's flagrantly like this guy did this on purpose. It's very obvious he was the bad guy or whatever, an eye poke or something like that, where he reaches up and grabs the guy's eye or something from the bottom of the mount. I've saw that before in my career. I think Herb Dean has a really good perspective on this topic, and he tries to not disqualify people unless he just has to, and that's the kind of the perception that I have on it.
But if the fight is ending regardless, if you have a DQ, at least you have a winner there. Like if it can't continue, isn't that better than a no contest?
Well, I mean, in California, Adrian, California, Ariel, a DQ fighter doesn't get paid.
The one who won via DQ?
No, the one that lost by DQ
doesn't get anything.
No, they don't get paid.
What the heck? Even if it happened in the last 3 seconds of a 25-minute fight?
Like, say you intentionally foul somebody and you get disqualified. If you're the person that intentionally fouled them, you don't get paid.
And well, then it comes down to how do you know if it's intentional or not?
Yeah, right. That's the thing. I mean, you go back and you watch that fight with Jack Reese, where he had Andre Ward, Edwin Rodriguez. He took 2 points from him. I believe it was in the 4th round. That wasn't anything to do with trying to mess with the scores. They both lost 2 points. You see what I mean? They both lost 2 points. It was basically a telegraph to them, guys. If I take another one, you're DQ'd. You don't get paid. So. And then they started fighting better. The reason I point that out is disqualification should be very rare. I don't think we should be calling intentional disqualifications unless the referee's absolutely sure that this person was flagrant and did it on purpose. That's not false on that.
Funny you bring that up because I was just about to ask you. I tend to think that not enough points are taken away. The warning to me, in my opinion, should be in the locker room. Why is it that when we know that you can't eye poke, we know you can't grab the fence, we know you can't do these things, yet you do them and then you're given a warning? You're almost given that leeway. You're given that one mulligan. Why is that? Why shouldn't the warning first come in the locker room? And then if you poke a guy in the middle of a fight, take the point away.
There's a lot of people that believe just like you believe. I'm not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying is, Adrian, Ariel, I'm sorry, I called you Adrian again. Ariel, you have to think about you have to think about what it's going to do to a 30-point fight. I'm not saying the referee's thinking about that exactly, but they're inserting themselves into a contest in a big way. If you take that round from that person, absent a 10-8 round, they just lost. That person just lost that round, and now they've got to win the other 2 to win. So I think that's one of the reasons why referees are very, very hesitant to take points unless it's absolutely warranted. But at the same time, Ariel, I did have this conversation on my Zoom call a while back. You can't give 7 warnings for the same thing. You can't. You can't. Like, you give a warning, you perhaps give another one, maybe, and then it's time to take the point. So I agree with you, Ariel, that you should take there should be more points being taken in mixed martial arts. There should be. I agree with that. I just don't want to get too crazy with it because it does affect fights. I think once it starts, I think people will stop grabbing the fence or stop doing the eye pokes. I think the situation will fix itself rather quickly.
Why do you think we see way more corner stoppages in boxing as opposed to MMA? Very few in MMA, very common in boxing.
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. I really think the biggest thing is we have a newer sport, Ariel, a newer sport. And oftentimes, certainly not always, but oftentimes a lot of the people that are in the corners of these UFC fighters are essentially people in their 40s, maybe early 50s. They're people that used to fight this thing back when it was in the very pioneer days. I mean, a lot of times that's what you're seeing, okay? And they're kind of guys that are real tough guys. They usually still train with their guys. They're doing it all the time, and they're kind of go out on their shield type of guys. Whereas in boxing, you have a lot of older, more seasoned people that absolutely used to box when they were younger, but they're in their 50s, 60s, sometimes even 70s, and they're in the corner. They've got a lot of knowledge, and they've learned that through wisdom of being around it, you can live to fight another day. Okay, that's and what I think is important for the corners to know or realize is a loss in mixed martial arts does not hurt you like it does in boxing. It's a different dynamic, but I think it's worth mentioning because you can take a loss in MMA and you can still get to the title rather quickly. I mean, not real quickly, but rather quickly. You take a loss in boxing, it takes a while to get back up on that ladder if you're on a name. So, but that's what I think.
Sure, I think money comes into play a little bit as well because they have the show win model is a lot more prevalent in MMA, and no one wants to have their coach quote unquote rob them of half their purse if they think that they could come back. So it puts the corner, I think, in a tough spot. I would love to see that model go away. I know that has nothing to do with you, but I would love to see that go away. I did want to ask you about the Charles Oliveira situation. I know this happened in Arizona, not in California. Were you okay with everything that went down there? Like, had that exact same scenario played out in California, in terms of him missing weight, the champion, getting stripped, all that stuff, 0.5 over on the beam scale, would it have gone down the same way in California?
It would have, yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing that if the champion loses their belt on the scale, they can't win it.
Mm-hmm. Are you in favor of the digital scale or the old school beam scale?
Well, I can use either one as long as it's been certified. But the digital scale has a variance. It says it in the instruction manual. I think the one we use is 0.2 or it might be 0.4, whatever it is. So you have to give that. I mean, that's an allowance, I think. To be honest with you, Ariel, I wish we didn't have to worry about which scale we're using. I wish the weight cutting wouldn't be to the point to where we're struggling over 0.2 or 0.3. That's kind of the broader issue of the debate on whether, but people cut weight, and it's something that we have to deal with. The scale is really not what the issue is, though. It's really the underlying issue. The scale is just a tool.
So next month is going to be 6 years since you started doing the official morning weigh-ins, right? It was UFC 199 for big MMA shows. It was June of 2016. Are you happy with the changes that have come about as a result of making the switch to the morning?
Well, I mean, I think yes and no. I mean, I think the fighters like it better. I think it lets them rehydrate better. So I'm in favor of that. I wish that we didn't have to have these massive swings because I'm still providing that information to the group we're working with at Harvard. We still take the weight from the next day. And I'd like to tell you it's gotten better we might have saw 1% or 2% better over here. Okay, a little bit better, but it's not improved that much. Some of the other things we've done as far as moving people to different weight classes and checking on them during the training camps, that has helped a lot. But you're asking about the early weigh-in. I think it's good for rehydration. We're going to continue to do this stuff, these massive weight cuts. I would rather somebody be better hydrated than not as hydrated when they enter the cage.
Do you have like 5 more minutes for us? Is that okay?
Sure. If you want.
Oh yeah, no, this is tremendous. Is it? If you can't answer, I totally understand. Could you tell us? Because I don't think people know this stuff. For a UFC event in California, Anaheim, LA, etc., Sacramento, how much does a judge make for that? Are you allowed to tell us that?
Oh, sure. It depends on the one, the event.
Like a UFC pay-per-view.
Okay, the one we had in Anaheim seems like Ariel. I paid the commission paid $2,100, maybe $2,000 or $2,100, which I believe is like that's among the highest that a judge has made in California. But they did a $5.7 million gate, a bunch of pay-per-views. So it's not a vast quantity of money that these guys are making. They try real hard as well.
And what does the ref make for that? Like ref of a main event fight that night, and Ngannou Gan. Like what are they making?
I think Herb made $2,600.
So I feel. Oh, did I lose you?
Stand by on that. We'll get him back.
All right. Was that our monitor that just went down, or his monitor?
Our computer just crashed.
Oh, okay. Are we still on the air?
We are.
Okay. Wow. Fascinating stuff there from Andy Foster. I just had a couple more questions for him. And I believe since we've been here, this has never happened before. Oh, now it's back. That was crazy. I believe this has never happened before. But like I said, I hope whether or not, I think I'm going to get him to agree to open scoring, by the way. Don't tell him. I think I'm going to get him at the very end here. So stand by for that. I think we're going to maybe we can call it the Helwani Cup. Maybe we could call it the MMA Hour Invitational. I think we're going to get it one time. Maybe the next time EKC fights, we can have him do open scoring because I feel like he's in favor of it. All right, it sounds like the Zoom machine shut down. That has never happened before. What do we...
We're actually, it's back up.
Okay, so ETA is just a couple minutes or so?
Probably even less.
Tremendous. Also crazy that factoid about if you get DQ'd, you don't get paid. Holy smokes. Not sure I love that one. Coming up in a few minutes, by the way, the great Dominick Cruz will be joining us. So we shall talk to him about that. Of course, he's not just a commentator. He is a fighter who has been looking pretty good as of late. Should I tell him to click back in?
Yeah, that would be good.
He just said, thanks for having me on. I think he thinks that we booted him.
Oh, no. He's back.
Okay. What was the question? I was asking about something. Oh, yeah, Herb Dean. Yes. I don't even remember if he actually said the number for Herb Dean, but I'm going to ask him about that in a matter of moments. Top of the hour, we'll be joined by the great Dominick Cruz, still to come. GC's picks for this weekend. Oh, there he is. Sorry about that, Andy. We had an issue on our end. So you were saying Herb Dean, you said he made around 2,000 or so, a little over that. I actually think that that's too little, only because, as you mentioned, there's so much money at stake and everyone, like promoters, making so much. Do you think that that's part of the problem why we're not seeing more younger people want to get into officiating? Because basically it's a very thankless job, right? When things go bad, you get a lot of heat for it on social media and all these places, and you don't walk away with all that much money.
Well, I mean, I think we have plenty of candidates that they're wanting to do this. But so I don't think that's the problem with it. But Ariel, when you get people who want to stick around, the amount of criticism these guys get, I wonder sometimes why they do it for $1,000 or $1,600 or whatever it is that they're making. I mean, they're just getting hammered. And yes, do I think that officials' pay should be increased? Absolutely.
Okay. Just a couple more. Why for female boxing is it 2-minute rounds? Why not 3-minute rounds?
Now, we're going to be changing that soon.
Is that happening?
Oh, I mean, California's certainly in discussions about it. We've had multiple stakeholder meetings about it and discussions about it. And that's going to be changing. I was against 5-minute rounds back in 2008 for MMA, and I was wrong. I'm pleased to say I was wrong about that. And there's no reason why the females can't do the 3 minutes.
A fight, let's say Jake Paul Anderson Silva gets brought to California. Would you be okay with that?
I think so. Yeah.
How come?
I mean, Jake can fight. This idea that he can't fight, I mean, he absolutely can fight. But Anderson Silva beat Chavez Jr. down there, and that was close. But that's a real guy. And he beat him in Mexico a while back. He's in shape. He trains hard. I think that fight's reasonable. Depends on how many rounds.
Right.
How many rounds?
Maybe an 8-rounder or something. Two last ones. You were there for the Corey Anderson Vadim Nemkov fight. That kind of, we were talking about the accidental, non-accidental. Were you okay with how that went down? Because in the end, I think Corey thought that he was going to win, and then it got ruled a no contest, right? Were you okay with all of that?
I mean, it is what it is. Ariel, in a perfect world, I would have liked to found 3 more seconds, and then we could have went to the cards. But it is what it is.
Okay. So as opposed to it just being a DQ?
Or a no contest.
Right. Didn't it end as... It was a DQ.
It was a no contest.
Yes.
Yeah, no contest.
Yeah, so if it would have gone to be a DQ, Corey wouldn't have gotten paid?
No. He wasn't. It was not an intentional foul. It wouldn't have been a DQ.
Let's just say the referee would have deemed that it was a DQ.
Well, I mean, Ariel,
if he would have said it was intentional, because it was a headbutt,
but
right?
If he said it was intentional, we'd have wound up at a commission meeting, and my recommendation to the commissioners that it wasn't intentional.
Okay.
They would have. I think they would have paid for it. I think they would have paid the man.
Got it. And MVP Logan Storley, hotly contested or debated fight in the UK a couple weeks ago. I think that MVP won the fight, and I think I got a lot of heat for this. People said I was crazy, but I think based on the criteria, MVP inflicted more damage despite being held down for the majority of the fight. I thought it was 48-47 MVP. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Ariel, I watched look, there's nothing against Mr. Stewart. He's great wrestler, whatever. I tend to agree with the way you saw the fight.
Thank you. Do you feel like the fights are being scored correctly?
I do, for the most part. But in that particular fight, Jacob Montalvo was excellent referee. Nothing against that. But this is this idea of using timidity thing. I mean, we've got to give the judges something to score.
Yeah. Okay. And last one, I feel like I almost got you. Can we agree on an upcoming show having open scoring and see? Heck, I might even come out for it. I might actually leave my cave and come out. We can maybe brand it as the Helwani Cup, the Helwani Invitational, open scoring for all. Can we agree on something? Maybe not a UFC, but a little smaller. We have it at, in Carson, beautiful, I don't know, pick a spot, Inglewood. Open scoring, and see if I can convince you that this would be good. MMA, not boxing. MMA, what do you think? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, let me talk to the amateur program. Let me talk to the lower level pro shows. Let me talk to the commission, and I'll see. I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
I'm just, I just don't. I like it. I like that iconic moment.
Okay, but you're not saying no. You're saying there's a chance.
On the amateur side, yes, there's absolutely a chance on the amateur side.
Okay, so
see how it goes.
We'll keep that dialogue open.
Yes, sure.
All right. I love it. Andy, you're the man. Thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do for combat athletes. Appreciate you very much and appreciate your time.
Okay. Thank you, Ariel.
All right. There he is, the great Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission, the executive director. I mean, what do you guys think? I feel like the Helwani Cup is a real thing in California. The Golden State. Yeah. Open scoring for all. If only we knew an amateur fighter in the great state of California. Casey, what do you think? I know he's watching. Your upcoming fight, your second amateur fight, would you like for there to be open scoring for it? Do you want to know where you stand going into the second, going into the third? Perhaps he's fighting for a amateur championship belt. If there's 2 more rounds, God bless. I feel like we've done a lot of good work today, my friends. I don't know about you guys. I feel like we've convinced a lot of people of a lot of great things. I kind of feel like it was a 10-7 Helwani with Iaquinta. I have too much respect for him to actually say that. But I mean, if you said it, then I wouldn't disagree. Obviously, we have the great Shannon Knapp. I didn't know where Andy stood on the open scoring front. I didn't want to know. I purposely did not want to know. But I mean, what do you guys think? GC, what do you think? Do you think that I did a good enough job of convincing
You said you personally didn't want to know, and I
Yes.
think that was the very first question you asked him.
Oh, of course, no, but I didn't want to know beforehand.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? I didn't want to have 2 days when I booked him on Monday
to prepare your arguments.
Yes.
Not,
So, what do you think? Do you think I convinced him?
I'd love to see the Casey fight with open scoring.
Well, Frank, we do have breaking news. Direct quote from the 1-0 Casey Leiden. I would love open scoring for my next fight, quote unquote.
Wow.
So, I mean,
wow.
This is crazy. I mean, of course, you got New York Rick, total hater in the chat saying that Andy Foster, I'm not in favor of open scoring. Ariel Helwani, I think he's in favor of open scoring. You cannot tell me for a second that he had the same stance at the beginning of that interview as he did at the end. And by the way, you can't tell me for a second that Iaquinta had the same stance. The Gable Steveson example really threw him for a loop.
Yeah, it was a great point.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully it's in a nice locale. I say we do a field trip.
Jump on the PJ?
Well, I wish. Not quite McAfee over here, but I would like to be there. Back in the day, after he lost the first fight to Alexander Volkanovski, Holloway went to a Invicta show where they were doing open scoring in Kansas, and that was a nice thing. That being said, I want to go to a state where they're a little comme ci, comme ça about it all, and I would love to see. Would it be the same for amateur? You know what? I'll take what I can get. I would love to see how it's all done. I think it would be great. And I'm inviting everyone. We're going to make this to be a huge outing. If California does open scoring for an upcoming show in their great state, the great state of California, the Golden State, I say we all go. What do you guys think?
Now, does Casey have to be on the card for you to go? If
No.
they just do one period?
No, I mean, listen. If it doesn't work out, can't put that kind of pressure on Casey. I mean, it would be nice. It would be an added bonus. But if Andy calls me up and says, you know what? The upcoming show in Sacramento, I'd prefer if it wasn't Sacramento, if I'm being honest. But, I mean, I take what I could get. Where's a good state that does some lower, a good part of the state? It's
San Diego.
Yeah. San Diego. I've always had a dream, by the way, of living in San Diego. For some reason, it was San Diego and Seattle when I was growing up. I always dreamed of living there. San Diego by far, just beautiful, right? Petco Park, great weather. La Jolla. For some reason, there was something about La Jolla that always drew me in. Jolla, yet pronounced Hoya. Something very exotic about it. So yes, if they have a show, they don't typically have big shows in San Diego or any kind of show, really. Been to a couple. I was there back in the day. It was John Jones versus Vladimir Matyushenko, the janitor at the San Diego Sports Arena, of course. Who could also forget the Paul Daly, Nick Diaz fight back in the day in San Diego? Happened to be at both of those. And actually, our next guest lives in San Diego, weirdly enough, Dominick Cruz, who told me, by the way, he's going to be a couple minutes late, but have no fear, he shall be here. I feel like we did a lot of good work here today, and still more to come. I don't know. Listen, I have respect for everyone out there and their opinions. I do think sometimes my stance gets mumble jumbled a little bit. Again, I reiterate, I do not think that open scoring will necessarily fix judging, voila, but here's what I'll say. No one has presented a single argument to me as to why it shouldn't happen. What I hear is the timidity thing, they will coast, it will be boring for the audience, you won't get that moment, by the way, you still get the moment, you just find out a few minutes earlier, you still get the moment, right? You still have Buffer say it, it's just not everyone is, under this kind of cloud of mystery. No one's really presented a solid argument as to why it shouldn't happen. I hear a lot of it shouldn't happen, but I don't hear a lot of why it shouldn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
But you could also still get the moment if it's tied going into the final round.
Of course. In fact, I would argue, it's a great point by you, you get it multiple times now. You get it tied going into the final round. You also get it at the end. And by the way, can I just say something right now? You just blew my mind for a second. If it's 2-2 going into the final round, right, and they flash up it's 2-2, so whatever that would be. My math sucks. 47-47, I don't know. You get the point. You're not going to say who won that fifth round until they read the scorecards. So by the way, Andy, should have mentioned this, you still get that moment. You know what I'm saying? When the round ends, they still have to collect the scorecards. You come to the middle, Herb Dean's standing there, he got both arms, and they won the fifth round. You're still getting the moment, right? If it goes the distance, unless it's clear cut, all right, fine. You could kind of say, all right, it seems like, Joanna won this fight. Seems like Zhang won this fight. You're still getting the moment. So again, that's another example that people keep bringing up that doesn't hold. Doesn't hold up. I feel like we just fixed judging once again. We did it again. I can't. 2 days in a row, we fixed judging. I mean, this is crazy. 2 shows in a row. We continue to fix judging. Amazing. Well, again, here's New York Rick. It kills the drama. Womp womp. Give me that one, Frank. Give me that one for all the haters out there. Yeah. One more time. One more time for the haters. I mean, you talk about the biggest Debbie Downers of all time. You still haven't presented one. It kills the drama. Oh, when I'm eating my Tostitos and having my Modelo, I won't be so in tune with the fight because I will know that they are up 3-1. It kills all the drama. I mean, are you guys listening to each other?
So at like 270, you would have gotten Figueiredo Moreno and Ngannou gone, both 2-2 going into the fifth round. Facts?
You looked this up?
Yeah, one judge had it 3-1 Figueiredo, but the other two had it 2-2. Then obviously, wow, no, I'm mistaken. I'm rereading it now. Wow.
Oh.
I'm really just
Did you botch
killing
that?
my own argument. Yeah, botched it bad.
Yeah, let's pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah. Rewind.
Thank you.
We're gonna have to cut that out.
No, okay, but we're getting into the real weeds here, so to speak. The point is, knowledge is power. And by the way, you didn't mess it up, because had Brandon Moreno known where he stood, maybe he does something different. Again, I hear people saying, well, open scoring might not have changed, or definitively would not have changed the Holly Holm fight. Maybe so, but maybe she fights a little differently in the fourth when she finds out that she lost the third. And by the way, I'm 100% in the camp of people who say that wasn't a robbery. It can't be a robbery. It can't be a robbery when every round was the same on all the scorecards except for one, and all three didn't even score that one the same. That's not a robbery. A robbery is when, honestly, I don't want to say MVP Storley was a robbery per se, but when it's a clear 4-1 and it goes the opposite way. Like one of those fights where it's 30-27 for one guy and 30-27 for the other guy. if another judge scored it for the wrong guy, that's a robbery. But the idea that these fighters shouldn't, ultimately, this should be about the fighters. The whole point of this whole thing should be about the fighters. And I get it. It's entertainment. It's this. It's pay-per-view. It's on TV, blah, blah, blah. I totally get all of that. But most important, the number one opinion that matters in this case, the feelings that matter most, the fighters, in my opinion. Can't wait to ask our next guest about this. You know this man, legend, Hall of Famer, one of the greatest of all time, still thriving, believes he might even win a belt this year. Former WEC, former multiple-time UFC champion, the great Dominick Cruz. Always a pleasure, always a privilege, always an honor when Dominick Cruz joins us. Dom, how are you, sir?
What's up, Ariel?
Good to talk to you,
man.
You love the sort of the faded out background. You're very mysterious.
Well, I'm always doing something.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm in a car. Does anybody want to see the back of my truck? Not really. I don't think so.
That's fine. You're a very busy guy. I appreciate the time. Dom, I want to ask you about a lot of things, but we've been having a very interesting show today focused on open scoring and judging and things of that nature. I am strongly in favor of open scoring. We just had the great Andy Foster of the California State Athletic Commission on the program. We had Shannon Knapp. We had a fighter named Iaquinta who was anti-open scoring. But I feel very strongly that the fighters should have the knowledge of where they stand in these important fights with so much at stake. What's so bad about having this knowledge, about informing them where they stand going into these final rounds? How do you feel about open scoring? Are you in favor of it or not?
I'm not opposed to it. I don't think that there's a wrong or right thing to what they're choosing. I think there's just a deeper root issue of them moving things around. It's like, the best way I could explain it is if you got a living room and you want to make it look different, do you buy new furniture and hire a designer, or do you just move the furniture to different places? This kind of seems to me as we're just moving the furniture around. It's not really the root issue at hand.
What is the root issue in your opinion?
It's to me, the system, you can redo the system as many times as you want, but it's still the same players in the system. So like I said, it's the same living room you had before. You just moved things around. So what's really changing? It's the same thing. So when you look at open scoring versus what we used to use, it's like who's choosing in each state the judges and the referees. That would be the commissioner of each state, right? Mm-hmm. So what makes the commissioner know mixed martial arts so well that he can choose these people? Who chooses that person? And how did he get there to choose what's best for us as athletes in mixed martial arts? How does he know? Who told him who to pick and how and why? Well, I mean, we know from years and years of boxing that it's trickling in from boxing. So what relationships have been built in boxing are now coming over to mixed martial arts, which is okay. I mean, it's what we have, but it doesn't change. I don't think that's really the root issue. The root issue is, how do we get educated? Do they do a grounding and a debrief after every event on the things that went well, on the things that went bad? Is that, firefighters, I know a firefighter who's been a firefighter for 20 plus years, and they still do IV classes for these firefighters every single time there's an issue. If there's a breakdown, they're always moving things around. And even though he's doing the IV the same way he did it 20 years ago, there's still so many nuances to doing IVs in different ways and different educations and different things to learn. How many of these things are happening in the commission? For an example, they have a meeting, the commission set up a meeting for us announcers on the scoring system. Well, who's setting up the meeting for the commissioner on what a takedown is? Who's setting up the meeting for the commissioner on choosing people that know what a takedown is, that know what it feels like to get hit with a calf kick compared to a high kick? And, in my era, calf kicks didn't exist other than Benson Henderson. Now it's one of the most used techniques in the sport. I've had to feel that feeling to know you got about 3 to 5 of those kicks before the muscle and the nerve pretty much shuts down. How many of these judges know that feeling, know that after you get taken down 5 times by Khabib number 7, even though he didn't do any damage, it took 7 takedowns to get that dude down. How tired is that guy? They've never been in that position. They don't know how miserable that is. Now, this is always the argument, but it just comes down to education. Now, the next step, let's say we educate them, and let's say they've been doing everything perfect. The judges and the commission, they're doing everything the best way they could, and it's just a broken system, let's say. Let's say it never gets better. Let's say it stays questioning and like this forever. Well, what would we do then? Would we just give up and say, well, I guess it's just going to be a broken system? I mean, if you think about it, how many times has Dana White said, do not leave it to the judges? They're incompetent. They will ruin your career. Well, what are we doing with that? If it never changes, are we just going to be on the back burner as fighters for the rest of our lives in this career because nothing's shifting? Or can the UFC itself really make a difference? When you really get down to it, what are we complaining about? We're complaining about the pay of the athlete that they lose according to bad judging. So how do we get that out of the equation of hurting the athlete due to the failed system of the commission? Well, you start, I think you can start advocating for flat fees instead of win show bonuses. You know, Holly Holm lost half of her money. And, you know, how many times has Dana White given somebody who has lost their win and show money? Well, why can't we just make that a normal thing so that now the commission has no power over ruining our careers with their bad decision and their lack of knowledge, if that's what it is that's going on, and pay us a flat fee. And then if the commission messes up, you just book a rematch. Nobody loses.
Okay, so I agree with a lot of the things you just said. 100%, everyone should be getting a flat fee in the UFC. I mean, you make it to the UFC, you deserve to know what you're getting paid. 1,000%. I do think that the thing these are all, some of them are big changes. If you guys just knew, based on what was at stake, if you just knew where you stood going into these second, third, fourth, fifth rounds, I just want the fighters to have as much knowledge and power as possible because, quite frankly, Dom, I feel like you guys have less and less power and knowledge over the years. They keep stripping things away from you, from sponsorship to who's walking out with what, all this stuff. There's less and less power in the hands of the fighters. And so at the very least, if you know where you stand going into these fights and you know how a judge or judges are scoring a fight, you could at least adapt what you are doing out there. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like I'm 100% looking out here for the best interest of the fighter. I feel like you guys deserve to know where you stand because if you lose, if you get quote unquote robbed, half your pay. You go all the way down the ladder. You don't get that title shot or that number one. There's so much at stake here. At the very least, shouldn't you know where you stand?
Well, who's to say that we know where we stand because the judges put their let's
well,
say
I'm
the
not saying
judges
if
did
they're
it all
competent or not. I'm just saying based on who we have tomorrow scoring, like right now, at the very least, you can know what you need to do or where you stand going into the fifth round, the fourth round, the third round, right?
How can you know that if the judging is incompetent and they don't know what scoring is?
Yes, of course.
You can't know that.
I'm not saying open scoring. I'm not saying open scoring fixes judging. I'm just saying at the very least, if these guys are incompetent, you could know that they're incompetent while you're fighting, as opposed to after the fact.
Yeah, but so let's say I know that they're incompetent for 3 rounds, and now I know I have 2 rounds with incompetent judges. How am I going to get them to be competent the last 2 rounds just because I'm punching harder or shooting more? They're still not going to be competent. They still don't know if I'm winning or not.
Well, at least
they don't know the rules.
They're deciding, though. Ultimately, they're deciding, good or bad. They're deciding. They're the ones there.
They're still deciding. They're still deciding. Even if I know on an open, their names are already put next to their judging now. Now they're kind of held a little accountable because of that. You can go online and see who judged for what. So that's up there. Accountability is a huge thing. I get that. But realistically, if I'm fighting a fight, let's say I'm fighting you and I beat you down for 3 rounds and they give the 3 rounds to you, what am I going to change in 4 and 5 if I've already been winning and I know it?
Well, maybe then you have to change.
What's going to change?
You got to freaking hit that home run,
I'm
right?
winning.
Well, not according to them. But you're not. But
we're all trying to hit a home run, Ariel. Any fighter who goes into these fights saying, I'm not trying to finish is full of shit. I guarantee you every fighter on earth is trying to finish, including me. But every single year, the athletic abilities of these athletes is not harder. It's just improved. People are transforming. People are educated the way you're saying. People are getting better coaching. People are getting better tools. There's online courses. There's amateur MMA. People are walking in as pros 0-0 with 17 to 20 amateur fights. That's not 0-0. That's a whole different sport that we're walking into these days. So what it comes down to is getting these judges and the commissioner to pick people who are educated, educating the commissioner who chooses these people, finding out what allows him to tick and choose these people. Is it money, or is it actually like real education? Because when you pick a firefighter, you know these people have been educated. We trust that when this person comes and takes care of you, that they've been educated. We don't go, well, who taught you how to put this IV in? We just trust. Well, how do we do that? How do we create that kind of trust with the athlete and the commissioner to pick the judging and the judge and the refs for us? Well, we get to be involved. We get to choose. We get to vote. We get to have something to say other than the commissioner who's in politics, who's never fought in his life, saying, yeah, these are the people that are competent for these mixed martial arts athletes. I think that's the root issue, is educating the system. They're just very uneducated, in my opinion, because they're coming from boxing, and it's a new sport. It's natural. But then on another note, let's say of 1,000 judging, let's say of 1,000 times that judges have done this sport, how many times have they gotten it right? And we're not keeping track of that. We're only picking out the things that suck, just like we do in mixed martial art fighters' career. You only remember their losses. You never remember the amazing things that they've done until the career is over and you go back and go, wow, that person was special. Well, you know, how many times has the judges done something right? And we're not saying, great job, great job, great job, great job, great job, 99 times. And then the last 2 that they completely flunk, we just point those out. That's the other thing. I mean, there's a lot to this, Ariel, and it comes down to education. And when it really gets to the root of it, we're just upset that the fighters are getting the worst end of the deal on the money. So if we create a flat fee, then all the failures of the commission goes out the door.
Yeah, well, but you see, then that's a promotional thing. The commission has nothing to do with the money, and the UFC isn't changing that anytime soon. I mean, there's a lot mixed in together here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So is it commission, or is it the money that we're
I just think
about?
Knowledge is power. So, like, to your point, I just want as transparent of a fight as possible. You mentioned that seminar that you guys are doing for the broadcasters. I think it's a great idea. Are you okay with this? Like, are you happy to take part in this, or is this annoying to you?
Knowledge is power. You said it. I can always learn something new. I'm a beginner's mindset in every single thing I go into, because if you come in with something, then there's no space for new things. If I come in with my head full of everything I already know, that's not coming from a masterful place. A masterful place is coming from a blank slate, beginner's mindset, taking the information, digest what you need to, and leave behind what you don't. But don't come in here thinking you know everything before you start, because that's not really truly being in any kind of possibility or willing to learn.
I'm happy you said that. I actually feel like they should have done this a long time ago. Basically, since they changed the rules in 2017, they modified the unified rules. And I would argue that the fighters and coaches should take part in these seminars so that they know how fights are being scored as well. What do you think of that?
I think it does educate us. That is the knowledge and the power that will help us to really understand what the commissioner is thinking with these rules when he puts the judges and the referees in place. Yeah, of course that helps us. I think what also helps is the commissioner taking some responsibility and going to an MMA class. How about you go get your ass beat around the cage for a little while, and we'll call that you doing your part too, and feel what it really feels like, what we really go through. Just practice it, feel it, because you got guys like Jason Herzog who's practicing every day. He's one of the most competent, best refs in the sport, in my opinion. He knows what it feels. I've grappled with this guy. He knows what it feels like to be choked. He knows what it feels like to be exhausted to where you can't get up, and that's why you're losing, not because you got beat up. He knows those feelings. And when the commissioners and the judges, all the judges and all the referees have felt those positions, I believe we'll have an idea of what's going on. I do believe that a lot of the boxing judges have felt that, and that's why they know what they're doing in boxing. It's not the case in MMA, and education and feel is really what's going to support us.
Okay, so we could debate this forever, but you don't have forever. So let me ask you about your career. You're on a roll. The 35 division, I think, is maybe the best right now in the UFC. Everyone's jockeying for their spot. Sterling retained against Petr Yan. Can we start there for a second? Were you surprised that he beat Yan?
Surprise isn't the word. You know what Sterling can do because of his style. He's a specialist, essentially, kind of like you would say Damian Maia would be, or and maybe Gilbert in the beginning, but now he's transformed a lot. But he's a specialist. Like Aljo has his own way to create wins. He kicks you. And when you force your way into boxing rings, he wrestles you. And if you can't grapple and you can't wrestle, you've got a hard fight on your hands with Sterling. No question. Not to mention he cuts 1,000 pounds. The dude walks around 175 probably. So those are a few things that, I'm not surprised he won. I mean, is Peter Young one of the nastiest dudes in the division? Of course. So
that's a good.
He definitely is. Are you there?
I read your Japanese proverb that came up.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. It's just something about warrior and something.
Oh, sorry.
What was that?
It says, it's just a reminder for myself.
For the warrior within hears your words and is lessened by you.
What is it? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You still there?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What does it?
It was for the warrior within hears something so they could be lessened by them or something. Oh.
It's saying don't say bad things about yourself because the warrior within hears it and it's lessened by them.
Got it. I like that.
Essentially. Yeah.
By the way, do you mind turning the phone again?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was trying to get everything to work here.
Yeah, no,
there we go.
Perfect. It's perfect. Crystal clear. So what do you think about? It sounds like they're going in the direction of TJ versus Aljo for the next title fight. How do you feel about TJ getting a title shot? One win, one fight removed from the 2-year suspension, and a close fight as well against Corey Sandhagen last summer.
How do I feel? Well, I mean, he was suspended for cheating, so to get a shot after one win, okay, cool. I mean, sounds like a hookup to me. He got 2 years off, didn't lose any really money, and then just gets right back up in. I mean, it's not like he had an easy fight. Sandhagen's no joke, but still one fight. I mean, Pedro Munoz and all these other people that are in the division that have just been competing with, it's crazy. But I kind of get it because when I was laid off for so long with my knee injuries, I came back, fought Mizugaki, blew my knee out again, and then came back and got a title shot. But I hadn't lost and I hadn't gotten in trouble for anything. I just blew my knees out. So it was a little different and I got my shot that way. But it's showing me that what is dominant in each division is ticket sales and storyline. And the storyline of TJ Dillashaw, the fact that he cheated isn't really in that. That if anything, it makes people dislike him more, which will make people tune in. So I think that the storyline is more important for the UFC and anything else to sell tickets than who deserves what. I've said it a million times. Nobody really deserves anything in this sport. You get everything you earn. He fought Corey Sandhagen here and that. But I mean, that's pretty much my layout. It's like, I think that there's a lot of good fights you can make to make that one. I guess so. But I don't, there's plenty of other fights you can make that you could give that opportunity to besides him. But obviously the storyline sells, so they're going with it.
So where does that leave you? Where are you right now?
That's a great question. I've told them dates. I'm ready to fight. Right now I'm at a point where I'm fighting for my legacy. I'm a multiple time world champion. The belt's important, but really going towards the belt just cements my legacy. And that's why it's important to go that direction, to be moving up, to be fighting the Jose Aldos, the Peter Yans, the TJ Dillashaw's, the Aljamain Sterlings, the Davashvilis that are right there at the top. Like, I'm not asking for like some kind of handout. I'm asking for some of the toughest dudes in the world. And when the date matches up, it'll happen. I think UFC offered me a date 1 month after my Pedro fight, 1 month. And I still had a bone bruise on my right ankle and I was still healing some things from my feet from kicking and whatnot. So I didn't pick that date, but that locks me into a six month contract where they don't really have to ask me if they don't want to. They don't have to book me. They don't have to do anything because they already asked me. But I never say no to opponents, Ariel. I say no to dates or yes to dates. I don't know who's saying what. I get called out every week. It's really important, that I focus on dates. Once I set the date, once I set the opponent, boom, we hit the races. But until then, I've done my whole career, as a world champion, worrying who's next, overtraining. That's how you get hurt. You got to keep it one fight at a time, one date at a time. And realistically, the date matters more than the opponent for anybody out there. It just does. Pick that date. And if you're the best in the world, doesn't matter who they put there, you'll beat them. But you got to get that date. You got to be healthy and focused. And that's where I'm at. I'm open to fight. I want to fight. I just gave a list of all the guys that I'd like to fight in the top of the division. And hopefully Shelby will work something out. I'd love to be on a pay-per-view card and fight in front of fans and keep doing that. To fight at the Apex, I've done 5-round fights to main event there. Doesn't really interest me to carry the whole card at the Apex for where there's no fans and no extra money for 2 extra rounds. And I'd rather fight 3 rounds on a pay-per-view and go fight Peter Yan or one of these big names and keep moving. Like, let's go. I can fight for a title anytime. Let's go 5 rounds, let's go. But I mean, possibilities are endless. I know I can negotiate with Shelby at any time. He's really good. He's a really good guy, man. You just got to get a hold of him. So when people say they talked to Shelby 1,000,000 times, I know they're lying.
So what would
that dude's busy.
So if Shelby reaches out to you, say, all right, Dom, what's the date? You've earned this. You get to pick the date. What's the ideal date for you right now?
June, July, August, September.
Okay. So any one of those pay-per-views, there's one July 30th. It seems like the main card is set. Maybe August 20th would be the next one. That's the next pay-per-view date.
August 20th, and the one after would probably make most sense. It'd give me time. If it's 3 rounds, I could do it in July, but
it sounds like the
5,
July
I
is
need 8
set
weeks.
anyway. So maybe August. So you want a pay-per-view and August, September. And is there a guy that makes the most sense to you or that gets you the most excited?
Well, I'd love to fight a Jan. Like, Jan was a former champ right now. He's nasty. He's one of the best. And like I said, Aldo, Davashvili, just somebody above me, man. Like, it's not like I'm asking some kind of weird thing. I just want somebody just to keep moving up and facing the best guys in the division. Dillashaw, give me him, Aljo. There's a lot of people, talking that aren't even in the division, that they're not even in the testing pool. And when some of those people come back, if they actually make it through the testing pool, rematches can happen for me. I like that. There's a lot of opportunities here.
Are you referring to Henry Cejudo?
I'm referring to, anybody who's in that position, who's been out that comes back, that, Henry is the one right now that I would love a rematch with because of the way that the last fight went. But, he's jockeying for his position at the top 2, similar to what Dillashaw's doing. And you notice the way they work Dillashaw, why wouldn't they work Henry in a similar way? It wouldn't surprise me, because he retired, stayed safe, got out of the testing pool, now he gets to come back and just jump right in. So hopefully maybe they'll give me him to welcome him back to the division and I get to smash him around the cage. And then that would be great.
You mentioned a lot of people, and credit to you. A lot of people, no one mentions Merab, by the way. Like, I never hear his name mentioned. He might be one of the toughest, if not the toughest, but he doesn't have the name. So kudos to you for that. I'd be remiss if I don't mention one name that you didn't mention, and that's Marlon Vera, who has been very open about wanting to fight you and has said some things about you turning down fights against him and whatnot. Are you open to fighting Marlon?
I'm open to fighting him, yeah. But what I'm hearing now is like he wants somebody. And what's funny is he's talked all this trash about me from what I'm hearing, but I don't really pay attention to people calling me out. I'm sorry that people calling me out doesn't affect me. Like I said, I focus on dates. So I don't say no to fights. I don't know where he's getting this idea that I do. I say no to dates. Opponents don't really matter because you're going to have to fight everybody to get to championship anyways. So if he thinks I said no to dates, okay. That's between him and his manager. Whatever his manager's telling him is what he's going to believe. But I'm not opposed to that. What's funny is I did hear him say he wants somebody in the top 5 or top 4. So why would he ask for those if it didn't matter? If moving up the ladder didn't matter, then why would you ask for somebody above you, not underneath you in the division like he's done? Well, same reason I have, same reason the rest of us all have. We're all fighting in a bracket to be the champion. So yeah, I'm not opposed to it. He's ranked above me now too.
Right.
So sure.
So
date, let's get the date.
Yeah. So if they said August 20th, it's you, Marlon, you're okay with that. Not that I have any information, but I just want to make that clear that you're not opposed to fighting him. It's more about the date.
It's more about the date. I'm not opposed to fighting him now, especially, he's looked good. He's done great things for himself. He lost to Aldo, and I don't think he takes enough responsibility for that. He blames everybody else for not giving him these shots, but you had your shot and you lost. You had your, so I had my shot. It didn't go my way. And what did I do? I've been on prelims the past 2 fights. Did I complain? No, I just fight and you just keep going.
I read that you said that you really see a path to maybe becoming champion by the end of this year. If things could go
well, by the end of this year, I don't know, because they're not moving me fast. There would have to be. I would have said that earlier in the year. We're already halfway through the year, and the date hasn't been matched up. Okay. I haven't had a date matched up. So to fight 2 times, I don't know. Unless somebody gets hurt and a bunch of things, the cards shift in a weird way. I don't know how many fights I would have to have till I get the title shot, but I know that I'm right there in the running.
Right.
And I'm moving up. That's why I want to go up,
It doesn't feel like a stretch to say things go your way this time next year. You're either about to fight for the belt or have already just fought for the belt, right?
Yeah. I would hope so. Like I said, we don't know what's going on with the decisions of the matchmakers, right?
Sure.
We can just ask for dates and pray.
Yeah. And I know you're there sometimes and it's easy for you guys, but could we be done with the Apex events? I mean, it was nice for a while, but every time an Apex event comes on, I feel like a bit of my soul dies as a viewer.
Yeah. I think it's harder on the athletes than anybody because, they're main eventing a card. A lot of the guys are main eventing a card that a lot of, there's not a ton of people tuning in. That's a lot of responsibility for these main eventers on these small cards. Not getting paid anymore. No fans. 5 rounds. What, you get 20 G's more? Does anybody really know what 10 minutes of fighting actually means? I don't think they do.
One last thing before I let you go. I saw a clip recently. We've seen a lot of fighters throw out first pitches at baseball games. The vast majority of them have been real clunkers. I mean, I'm not going to call anyone out here, but I mean, really.
Why not? Call them out.
I mean,
suck it up, Ariel. Let's go.
I mean, Connor's first pitch, one of the all-time worst in the history.
Not a surprise.
Why not a surprise?
Well, first of all, he's a lefty. That's already a challenge. Second of all, they play soccer, and don't they? Isn't that what they do overseas? They play a lot of soccer and other stuff. They don't throw baseball. That's an American sport. We're Americans over here.
Okay, fine. I mean, we've seen some Americans throw some really bad. 50 Cent threw about. You, not that long ago, were at a San Diego Padres game at Petco Park, and this is the footage. We still have you, Dom? This is the footage. Look at that. I mean, not only are you on the mound, you are throwing a heater there. Down the middle, strike. Here I am giving Dom his flowers, and he's nowhere to be found. I'd love to go to Petco Park, by the way. Looks like a beautiful stadium. Dom, you there, or did I lose you? For the warrior within, hears your words and is lessened by them. Oh, there he is. Oh, I don't hear you.
That's the last thing I heard.
Oh, yeah. We were just showing your first pitch, Dom, and it was a heater down the middle, strike. And not only that, some people throw those, they're not on the mound. You were on the mound, which is tough. Kudos to you. I think you didn't get enough credit for this.
I mean, people, what's funny is people I was looking at it, thinking about it. Like, if you get it to the mound, you don't make news, nothing happens. If you flunk it, if
Cruz
you fail
fight
it,
as well. Sorry.
If you, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was saying if you miss the ball, then you get thrown on Sports Center. If you make it, nothing happens. So they're almost encouraging you to suck so that you get some coverage.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So it's pretty interesting, but yeah, I think you're right. It's not easy to make it. It's pretty cool to do it. It's a great opportunity. I love the Padres. I do a lot with them with Deep End Fitness and the stuff in the underwater torpedo league stuff.
Oh.
I cross-train with I got to cross-train with Tatis, the pitchers.
Wow.
I mean, I get to do a lot with that. It's an awesome thing. They cross-train in the pool and they're incredible athletes. It's so cool to get to cross-train with them. And I used to pitch when I was a kid in elementary school. I was a pitcher. I was a center fielder and I was a shortstop. I played soccer. I played basketball. I played every sport. So I'm an athlete, you know, whether people know it or not.
Okay, so I was wondering if did you practice on the mound though before you threw that out? Did you have any chance to practice?
I went to Jeremy Stevens' house and his daughters play softball, and I threw to them for a while for like 30 minutes before I went in. You know, I got to be prepared. I don't do anything without being prepared, Ariel.
That's the thing. I feel like a lot of people don't practice beforehand. It's a little bit different. You're elevated. You see, that's what separates you. By the way, Tatis, cool guy?
Yeah, he's very quiet.
Okay.
He's just quiet. He doesn't say much. There's not much there. He's just silent, gets his work done, and he's a freak athlete. Man, with this pitcher and them, they can hold their breath. I was watching them hold their breath for like 4 minutes underwater.
Jeez. Wow.
I was shocked. I like their mental capacity, these baseball players, to just like shut things out is different. It really is different.
They have one starting pitcher, Blake Snell. He's a huge MMA fan. I don't know if you had a chance to work with him. He's really good.
Yeah.
He's a big fan.
He has not been to the underwater fitness stuff yet, but I'm sure he will because Prime Hall runs it. And what it is, it's a bunch of military, like special forces guys that started an underwater thing where you can like cross train, and there's a bunch of science behind it, helps you level out your mind, reset your body. But they cross train, the Padres cross train with them, some big basketball players. So I go over there and it just really helps out. Deep End Fitness, if anybody's curious on some good resets too on your body, mentally and physically.
I mean, we were literally seconds away here. What happened? I mean, we were literally
Appears his phone cut out again.
Oh my God. Milliseconds away.
He'll come back.
I mean, millisecond. I was literally going to say, I'll let you go. I'm just staring at him here, hoping that he returns.
It's such a good picture, though.
What happened? Did his phone die or something?
His phone's still there.
But his mic's.
We're going to call him real quick.
Just do a phone. Just let me say goodbye to him.
Yeah, we'll get him on the phone.
Yeah, phone, whatever. I don't care. I can't have the conversation with the great Dominick Cruz and like that. Great guy. Met him. And always enjoy. Wow. New York Rick like really slandering me in the chat. Like he like legit. Like he's been throwing. I just got caught up on the chat. Read what else? What? I don't even know what he's talking about. I mean, it's so slanderous that I'm afraid to even read it. Did his phone die? What happened? Should I just call him right here?
We're calling him. It went straight to voicemail. It's probably dead.
He probably thinks. Here, I'm just going to call him right now. Should I call him right now on the cell?
It's just it'll notice that it's dead. Good.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yep.
You're telling me to do it?
Yes, I am.
Let's see. Da, 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 da.
Hi, man. Are
Hey,
you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on the air. I didn't want to end the conversation.
I'm jumping on right now.
Okay, I just want to say goodbye. That's all. I was done.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me say goodbye to you properly.
I'm on.
Okay, he's on.
Wow.
There you go. Well, they see my name. You know, they think, oh, I got to get on this. I don't want to answer. Is he back there?
He's joining right now. Here he is.
Okay, here he is.
I'm sorry about that, man. My phone overheated and shut me down.
Golly, I just wanted to say bye. I was literally going to say, you're the man. I've taken up too much of your time. Thank you for everything. It's always great to pick your brain. And I can't end, like, no one can, that was like an Irish goodbye. Like, you can't end the conversation.
Yeah. Oh, the irony. Talking about McGregor with the Irish goodbye.
That's right.
Huh?
That's
right.
right.
On the mound.
That's right.
Yeah, it's been great. I love always doing your show. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out. You always give a good platform for all us fighters, man. You're the best.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you. Talk to you soon. All the best.
See you guys.
All right, there he is, the great Dominick Cruz, the Dominator, the former WEC bantamweight champion, the former UFC bantamweight champion, the former multiple-time UFC bantamweight champ. All right, still a lot more to do here today. We've got to answer some questions. We've got to get GC's picks for the Memorial Day weekend. A reminder, we're off on Monday, so we'll be back on Wednesday. Off on Monday, back on Wednesday. One show next week. It'll be a week from now because Monday's Memorial Day here in the United States. Before we get to GC, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Oh, yeah. NBA playoff action heating up, getting real interesting. The Mavericks making a push. Celtics and Heat involved in one of the weirdest series of all time. I mean, can they actually engage in a close match, close game? Here, I'm getting my sports all confused. Anyway, as you know, it's nonstop over at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. This week, new customers can bet just $5 on any team to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. Looking to turn a small bet into a big payday during the NBA playoffs with DraftKings same-game parlays? You can do just that. Create your own parlay by combining multiple bets like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, and more. And boom shakalaka, you have a shot at an even bigger payout. Right now, all customers can place the same game parlay with 3 or more legs, get a free bet back to up to $25 if one leg doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game. Get $150 in free bets if they do. That's promo code TheMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. By the way, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Gambling Disorder Helpline at 800-270-7117. 21 and older. Michigan only. Minimum $5 deposit. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for full terms and conditions and details. I added the word details there. I just like saying it. Feels better when I could say details. There he is.
What are we doing?
It was almost like...
Pretty hectic today.
Reminded me of yesterday. I actually was talking about my son's play. As I was dropping off my kids, flat tire, the worst of the flat tires, turned into the school, hit the sidewalk because it was another thing that I wasn't expecting. And it wasn't one of those flat tires where it just like trickled down to, I don't know what that thing is called, PSI or something.
Blew up.
It was like, it went from 40 to 0.
Oh.
Massive hole. I was screwed.
Towed, everything?
Towed, the works.
Can you change the tire?
Well, before I answer that, I will say, there wasn't a spare.
Okay. Had there been a spare? No.
Negative.
That's all right.
What, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I can. I've had to.
Where?
A couple times.
When?
One time on the way to spring break.
Wow.
Change a tire.
How old were you?
Like 18.
Okay.
When I got my license, my dad made me change one.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say about my dad?
You know.
Fumbled the bag?
Nah, I mean, how many times have you gotten a flat tire?
You want to know the worst time? Can I tell you a story right now?
This is a multiple time thing.
Oh, same car too. 2018, August of 2018. I'm 3 months into my time at ESPN where I had to drive from my home to Bristol, which was usually 2 hours and 15 minutes. And on Wednesdays, when I first got there, I would have to do the 2-hour drive after doing Ariel and the Bad Guy. And I had to stay a little later, this and that. I'm driving home. It's around 9 p.m. I still got over an hour to go. And the next morning, I have a 4 or 5 a.m. wake up because I'm going to Chicago to interview Ninja of video game fame. We're doing like an OTL thing or something on him, and they asked me to interview him, which was cool. I got to go to his house. But it was like, I get home, it's 11 o'clock, you got to pack.
Quick turnaround.
It's a lot of stress. Anyway, I was afraid that I was going to fall asleep. Okay, so before I left Bristol, make a quick stop at the old cafeteria. Probably
Yeah,
the best
great
part
place.
about being
Yeah,
in
great
Bristol,
place.
right? I mean, the prices are super low. You get the jelly beans, you
Yep.
get the this, the that, nice little
Custom
pizza.
wraps,
Yeah, it's
sandwiches,
tremendous.
everything. Yeah, great
Sushi
place.
on Mondays.
Yeah, sushi Mondays.
Before I leave, I say, all right, I need to be in tip-top form. Gonna grab a coffee. Well,
Yep.
sometimes, the coffee doesn't agree. And so I had to go to the
Yeah.
washroom in the middle of the trip, and then I really had to go. So I got off the highway, found a rest stop. It became such a dire situation without
Wow.
sharing so much
You've already delved into it.
that I turned so quickly, hit a sidewalk, blew out the wheel. Blew out the wheel. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Now I'm like, oh my God.
I don't know why this is getting.
Now I'm like, I blew out the wheel. I got to find a restroom. Okay. And now, how am I going to get home? Oh, by the way, it's not just get home and go to bed. It's get home and wake up in 3 hours to go to Chicago and interview Ninja.
All right. So in layman's terms,
I'm getting so nervous just talking about it right now.
I mean, in layman's terms, you had to go to the bathroom so bad you swerved into a curb and blew out your
Yes.
tire.
I jumped into the gas station too early. I didn't see the indentation.
You had to go so bad. Did you leave the car right where it was and
No.
run into the bathroom?
Well, so I just so it was like one of those 40 to 0.
Those
I'm
are
like,
called blowouts.
blowouts. I was like, mother effer. Quickly put it off to the side. Yo, man, not only do I need to use your restroom and I'm sorry to bother you, but can you help me also with my wheel that's just been freaking blown out?
And he was
help-
like, was he like, yeah, let's go out there? And
No.
you were like, nah, I gotta.
No, this is the 9 o'clock shift. This guy couldn't care
okay,
less
yeah.
about me, right?
Yeah.
9 p.m. So, went to the bathroom, all good.
Was
Now
it
I
at
have
least a nice bathroom, a clean gas
No,
station?
it was crap. It was a
Wow.
hell.
Wow.
It was a
This is
personal hell
terrible
that I was
movie.
living. As a germaphobe, having to do such a thing. So anyway,
Wow.
then I have to find someone. I call AAA. I'm waiting there for an hour. You know why I'm thinking about all this? Because when I had to call AAA yesterday, they send you a text, your toes on the way.
Right.
And the last time I got this text was in 2019 when I was in the middle of nowhere away. So I was like, oh my God. I had like a woof feeling in my chest when I read it again. I had to experience those feelings. Here's the worst part. Tow guy comes, says all the shops are closed. I can't bring your car anywhere to change this time.
gosh.
So you know what I had to do?
Call your wife to pick you up?
No. An hour and 15 minutes, I had to ride with the tow truck guy back to my house. I had to ride in his car. You know how awkward that was? For an hour and 15 minutes.
I would pay good money for a dash cam of when you blew out the tire and like everything leading up, and then a dash cam of you and the tow truck driver. Was it like a silent car ride, or did you guys converse?
It was a
the whole
little
way?
bit of what do you do for a living?
Yeah, I
you work
feel
at
like it's-
ESPN.
yeah.
I'm just trying to survive. Not only that, I'm exhausted. Not only that,
Yeah.
I'm stressed out about the packing, stressed out about the early flight, which is always
Yeah.
kind of stressful.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a mess.
So what happened to the car?
Brings my car home in the freaking
okay,
tow
he
truck.
towed it. Okay, all
He
right.
towed it with me.
Yeah.
Drops it off. I was like, hey, bud, good luck. By the way, I had to pay for that whole thing. Like you get 3 miles free. Then it's like $5 every other mile.
my
So I had to pay for the
Wow.
40 something miles.
Wow.
Not only
This is a top-notch story.
it was a crazy story. Car is sitting in my driveway for 2 days while I'm in Chicago. Then I have to deal with it upon returning. Mess of a situation. I don't even know how we got into this. How did this even start? Why are we talking about cars again?
I can't. I just can't get over the.
Oh, you asked
I
me
had
about
of
changing
you, like,
the-
swerving out after chugging a coffee and it just ruining your stomach. I can't. Oh, that's hilarious.
Not only that,
I didn't ask you about the tire. You brought up the tire.
I have a fruit salad here, and I just opened up the thing, just sliced my finger with the knife. You see the blood?
It's a plastic knife. Can't
No, I sliced it. I do it's like a paper cut. Look at this.
licking the blood.
What else am I gonna do?
A la BJ Penn.
Yeah. Oh, look at you with an old school reference. I mean, this is quite significant right now.
Wow. Yeah,
see
we're
it?
really bleeding there. Yeah. Well, the treats you got for us,
Oh yeah.
quite flaky. So we're gonna have a cleanup crew come in and
Wow, were they-
blood.
I'm trying to find the Roomba still.
What treats are you talking about?
Tasted fantastic.
Okay.
I had a half of the cheese Danish. Very flaky though.
From the old PQ downstairs.
Yeah.
So you weren't a fan?
LPQ, but
LPQ, that's right.
no, huge fan.
Oh, I thought you were implying that it wasn't fresh.
No, it was fantastic.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get you
the
ready for
flakiness
the
was how
trip to
fresh it
Paris.
was.
That's all.
Yes.
You're gonna have a lot of those
so
over
the
there.
Croissants and wine. That's what I'm gonna be living off of.
A little Tour Eiffel action. Arc de Triomphe.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna see it.
Anyway, do you feel like we accomplished a lot of good things today?
Yeah, I really feel like we're on the precipice of every
Change?
major MMA organization picking up open scoring.
Commission, organization, fighters.
I didn't want to say it to you before the show.
Uh-oh.
I knew it was coming in the YouTube chat.
What?
What is this? The open scoring hour?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we got a few of those.
Yeah, of course.
I couldn't help but laugh when I saw them.
Wait, what are you talking about? Of course it is. First of all,
I knew it was coming. Like,
wait a second. This is called good producing. There's nothing going on this weekend other than the great KSW 70 event, which we'll get to in a second. Let's be honest, we're coming off a lackluster event. The next one is a little comme ci, comme ça. Pay-per-view coming up. We just had the 2 champs on the card on Monday. I'm trying to create content here. Okay, what do you think this is? What do you want me to talk?
Scoring hour.
Yeah, actually, hours.
I'm enjoying it. I'm simply stating I knew that was gonna come up.
Yeah, I'm trying to educate all you jabrones out there. You're welcome for the education. Now, on to the bets.
Yeah, the bets. You mentioned just KSW. We also got Davis Romero going down over in Brooklyn as well, which we're going to get some bets on.
A little surprised you're not attending.
MMA fighting, if you're listening, pay for my ticket. I'd be happy to take the Q train on up to the old Barclays, but money don't grow on trees around here, and I'm about to take a trip across the pond.
Hey.
I'll be at a wedding the night before too.
A lot of weddings lately.
Just got invited to another one last night.
By the way, shout out to you. Great appearance on the Found Generation podcast.
Shout out to the Found Generation. Yes.
I mean, that was riveting stuff talking about. No, actually, great podcast hosted by the great TST. And I enjoyed the episode. Didn't get through the whole thing. But anyone looking to learn more about the great GC, I thought it was an unnecessary shot at Max Kellerman, if I'm being honest. But other than that, I thought it was great.
Shout out to Kellerman. See, but here's the thing that can back this up. If he saw the clip, he'd be like, I don't know who that is.
That's true. That is
I don't
very
know who
true.
That is.
That is very true.
So he's technically right. All right, let's do the bets real quick. Let's rip through them. We'll start with, I got one single, Gervonta Davis in rounds 5 through 8. I'm going directly against New York Rick's warnings to maybe shy away from Gervonta Davis. But I think he's going to outclass Romero here. He's got insane power for his size, 24 knockouts and 26 wins. I think he's going to get him out of there. I can't give like a huge reasoning on why I chose 5 through 8. I think Romero survives.
It's just a
the
feeling.
First 3 rounds. Yeah, it's just a feeling. Grabbed it at plus 210. Not going crazy heavy on it. I got a parlay here. Ivan Erslan, KSW.
Yeah, of course.
Lightweight title challenger at one point. Took him, parlayed him up with Gervonta Davis by KO, TKO. That pays out at minus 123. And then just had a little fun here. Little violence parlay. KSW 70, Davis Romero, cross parlay, violence parlay. So my whole weekend's ruined if Romero Davis goes to a decision. Everything's living and dying with someone getting knocked out in that fight. So I will be.
At least it's after the KSW event.
Yes. Yeah. So hopefully I'll be riding high going into that one. Urslan wins, and then all of these other ones don't go the distance. With this KSW event, a lot of fights with the over-under set at half a round. I feel like I never see that in the UFC.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of fights set at the over-under of a half round.
Interesting.
Our guy from Monday, Mariusz.
Yes. Pujanowski.
Line's moving.
The Will Chamberlain of Poland. What do you mean, line's moving? Obviously in the direction of him being the favorite since we put him over.
No. He is now plus 240.
Oh, my God.
It was plus 150 on Monday.
What?
Yeah, so I'm going to have to work.
It's gone up almost 100 points? Or gone down? What would you say? Up or down?
I don't know. I guess, up.
Yeah.
Down. Yeah, up.
Wow. Maybe because we highlighted it and everyone was like, well, there's no way he's going to be
fade.
Yeah.
Someone asked me which is worse, the Helwani Dog of the Week curse or the Drake curse.
God, really? It's 3 weeks ago. It was up 7-0. What are you talking about?
7-3. You're still 7-3. You're hitting it at a 70% clip. We'll be back on track.
Mother.
That's what I keep telling everyone. Slander the man now, but when he gets his next hot streak, I'm going to be riding with him.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, I haven't officially anointed him my dog of the week.
It's dicey.
It is.
He's
dicey.
45.
This feels, yeah. Also, but here's the thing: he's fighting a guy who fights at middleweight.
Yeah. Like 3.5 months ago, he fought at middleweight. It's kind of like a.
So what did you do?
Kind of a weird fight.
You reneged your bet.
So I bet on him.
Okay.
The book that I take him at, cash out option. Cashed it out when I saw it moving a little bit. I was like, I'll just wait till later in the week. But that was when it moved to like plus 165. Now it's it's moved like crazy.
So you're out?
No. I think I'm still going to ride with him.
How many units?
At a lesser amount. I'm kind of hoping it gets to like plus 300 and I can just throw like a quarter unit on it.
That'd be nice. No respect for the legend. By the way, I can't get over the image of him in bed drinking 2 cartons of milk. What do you say? 5 things of ice cream?
Well, yeah. I'm imagining him getting up at 4 a.m. just to crush more chocolate before going back to sleep.
Also, the line about, what was the line? He's like, well, I don't want to say it, but I've lived the life. I was like, whoa, man. Pooj. Must be nice.
He has lived the life. That is for damn sure. Superstar in Poland.
I got a great text from the I knew, so when I booked Mariusz Pudzianowski, the first guy that I thought of was my dear friend Action Bronson, who is a huge strongman fan and has become a strongman in his own right. If you follow him on Instagram, you know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
And so I was like, I feel like if there's one person on the planet that will appreciate this, it's you. He was very excited. And then I woke up to a text from him. I think he sent it at like 2, that it was the greatest interview that he ever said.
Imagine a sit down.
Oh my God.
Bronson and Poach.
Oh my God.
That's delicious. That would be fantastic.
Oh, I thought you were saying like me, I get to be, you're just cutting me out of the equation. You're like a sit down. Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry.
I guess we could do a moderator or a round table thing.
Well, we could all be eating. I'll have my steak.
Matzo ball soup.
Well done.
Steak well done.
Ketchup.
I had a very rare steak this weekend. Oof. And my girlfriend was like, Helwani would be pretty grossed out here.
You chose to have it rare?
I did medium rare.
It
came rare.
You didn't send it back?
There was a couple questionable bites.
You didn't send it back?
Nah.
Did you get sick?
Nah, it was fine. I follow a guy there's a guy, you'd love him on Instagram, Raw Meat Experiment. Ugh. He just crushes raw meat every day. So
I thought you were going to say the dude, what's that dude? The guy who's on steroids, clearly. You know what I'm talking about. Meat King. Liver King.
Oh, Liver King. Yeah. Shout out to Liver King.
But that guy is crazy. That can't be true, right? Like, that's all a work.
What?
He's not really eating like testicles like that raw, right?
I think he is. Yeah. Like testicles, organs, they're like very nutritionally dense.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean,
you really believe he lives that lifestyle?
I don't know. He looks super rich from all his videos. Like, he looks like he's loaded.
Oh, I heard he makes a lot of money, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got people pay him.
No, Raw Meat Experience, he's more of a man of the people. He goes to Whole Foods and eats it. It's pretty
But what does he eat? Straight up raw?
Yeah.
Like he'll buy a steak and just eat it?
Buys it and then sits outside and eats it, yeah.
What?
So it makes me less nervous eating a rare steak. I'm like, I'll survive. I did survive.
He doesn't do anything? Doesn't season it?
No.
Doesn't warm it up?
No. And then chugs like raw.
Don't tell me Coke. Oh, I thought you were going to say milk.
No. He does. He chugs. It has to be raw milk though, unpasteurized.
Oh
yeah, he's blown up. I followed him.
What does he look like?
Pretty young, average dude, normal dude. He says his skin's improving. He's been doing it for months now. Great follow.
Is he buff?
Nah, super normal looking dude. Yeah, Raw Meat Experiment.
Is he like that guy?
Oh my gosh, he's up to 150K followers.
Wow, almost as much as you. He's like that guy who's a cuisine.
Oh yeah, he's the man.
Brush your hair. I love that guy. I feel like that guy is like we're
brush your hair, take care of yourself.
Yeah. I feel like we're moving towards a heart attack with that guy. Like every time.
He looks very unhealthy.
Yes. I mean, come on. Yeah. All these they look good, but it's just a lot of sandwiches and whatnot.
Yeah, you should check it out. I'm sending you this guy right now.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, he's just ripping a flank steak.
No, if I get a medium rare, it's being sent back.
What about medium well?
Yeah, I'll ride with medium well.
You like sushi too?
Love sushi.
That's so crazy to me.
I guess I can see why. Sushi probably my favorite meal. I could have sushi every night. And as raw as it gets. Why is that?
Say yes. I don't.
There's it
it's
feels,
your brain. I don't know.
It feels a little more humane. I don't know why.
I guess it feels more.
I think you
safe.
just think lesser of fish.
Yeah,
that's what that means.
I suppose. Have you seen? Honestly, there have been times where I'm like,
I mean, there's been like Finding Nemo, not like Finding Bovine or something.
What do you like, Frank?
I eat sushi. I eat rare steak on occasion.
Yeah. I mean, you can get salmonella from peanut butter these days.
Man, I eat a lot of peanut butter.
Yeah, did you see that? The Jif recall?
Mm-hmm.
Man, we're really getting into the weeds here.
I'm not ordering that kind of peanut butter off my Fresh Direct. You do use Fresh Direct?
No, you've asked me this before. You know,
Frank, so you go to a restaurant and you say, I want a rare steak?
I order a steak and they're like, how do you want it? I'm like, rare.
You say rare?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Definitely rare.
There's
no,
an
a hamburger,
Italian place
that's medium if it's like a nice place.
What's
well
the
done
difference?
if it's a place I don't really know.
What's the difference?
Well, so the steaks, only the outsides are being touched by anything that could contaminate it. Where then you grind that up, and that's the hamburger steak, or that's got all of it is mixed in.
Have you ever had the pleasure of having a well done steak?
No.
Oh my gosh.
I think I have, and I didn't enjoy it because it was at some restaurant, like a Waffle
Yeah,
House
it
or
had like a
something.
beef jerky, I think.
Oh, there you go. It's nice.
There's like a special steak you eat in Florence that I'm going to have when you go there, and you eat it like practically raw.
Ugh.
I'll send you pictures.
Please, yeah. I love the research. There's a special steak in Florence.
Yeah. Yeah, it's made from like a specific cow and everything. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Can I tell you one of the things that annoys me tremendously? The idea of chicken fried steak. Why do they call it chicken fried steak?
Because
just call
it's
it
fried like you would
Yeah,
fry
it's fried
chicken.
like fried chicken.
Yeah, so just call it fried steak.
This is
You
just
ever had
word
chicken fried
association.
steak?
What? No.
Oh, it's tremendous.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where do you get it from? The Cracker Barrel?
Similar restaurants, yeah, Cracker Barrel. You can get chicken fried steak.
Why can't you just... There's no chicken involved, right?
No.
But there is a chicken fried chicken.
Yeah.
Where
Okay,
it comes
that
out like
fried
as a
chicken,
fillet. No, I mean, from southern
People
food.
also call it country fried steak.
Right.
That makes more sense to me. Chicken fried steak makes no sense because number one, there's no chicken involved. And number two, it's fried chicken, not chicken fried. The whole thing is just weird. You tell me fried steak. All right, I know what that is. Chicken fried steak. I'm like, what? Is it like a turducken? Is there chicken involved in this steak? What's going on?
Well, it's like a tuna steak.
What is that?
or chicken of the
just
sea.
It's just a piece of tuna that's like you eat it like a steak.
Oh,
Okay.
that. Okay, yeah. I thought you meant like steak that's cooked like tuna.
No.
Doesn't make sense.
Country fried steak breakfast. Denny's. Great stuff.
Yeah.
All right, you got some questions or something?
So that's it?
Yeah, man. I don't have much to choose from this weekend.
Wow, okay. There's nothing else.
What else did you want more?
You're the expert. I didn't know what else. I didn't know if you were gonna throw a little something on the Jason Wilness fight. Maybe even
I thought about it. A lot of people like Wellness as a dog.
I thought maybe you would partake in the AEW Double or Nothing event on Sunday. No,
We do have Cage Warriors this weekend.
never heard of them. No.
CFFC.
Do they have lines for them?
Yeah.
Wow. Nothing, huh?
No.
All right.
No.
All right. Well, there he is. GC, everyone. Thank you very much. Good luck to you. And we'll see you next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Yeah, of course. I'm assuming he'll pop up in this next segment, so don't go too far. Don't go to happy hour just yet with Frank. We still have a plane to land here. Without further ado, everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time
I haven't had a lot of my
for
soup today.
good-old-fashioned Q&A,
Last week made the
MMA
huge
fans.
mistake of going with the lentil, you'll recall.
I don't know how many times I
The
said,
moment has
how can you do
arrived
these
to hear
lentils?
from the man
Yeah.
himself, Ariel Helwani.
At around 9 p.m., I was like, you know what?
Live from
Frank
the
was
Fox
onto something.
Studios in beautiful New York City. It's On the Nose. And now, to
This is one of the
answer
most
your
exciting
questions,
starts to the
get out of
segment
your
of all
seats and
time.
on your
Yeah,
feet because here he is.
It's just-
Ariel
We're just watching you eat soup while the music plays in the back.
The wheel just stopped at me having soup.
The switcher stopped switching.
Have you ever seen the? You've of course seen the Seinfeld episode where they go get the soup.
Yes.
No soup for you. You want bread? $3. All right, here we go. Shout out to the great Louis Gilmore, who's our new moderator. It's official, by the way. He writes, many good questions. This was tough to trim down. Usual mix of fight talk, judging and scoring, crew engagement, social behaviors, travel and food. Bonus questions slide 22 and onwards. Wow. All right, here we go, guys. Hope you're ready. We're kicking things off with Elon Berger. All right, here we go. Hey, Ariel, I've got a few questions this week, so here goes. Why is Ortega Rodriguez not happening in Mexico or at least Southern California? I feel like a goal of the UFC's for a long time has been expanding the Mexican fan base, and this would have been a perfect opportunity. The matchmaking here is great, but completely fumbled the bag on the location, in my opinion. I agree. Latest that I'm hearing is that's going to be in Long Island. I honestly don't have. I mean, there's been a few. Look at the past year, and Ngannou Gan was in the wrong spot. Whitaker Adesanya was in the wrong spot. Masvidal Colby was in the wrong spot. So this one not even as egregious as those. In terms of Aljo's next defense, he writes, does Dillashaw really sell more than Aldo? Aldo has more than one win in the last 3 years, and I imagine certainly sells more internationally, if not the U.S. as well. And he's the greatest 45er of all time. Is there a better storyline than that, or am I missing something? No, I would be down. I agree with you on this one. Finally, I'm certainly not against open scoring, but it sure seems like the real issue is the scoring system. Why don't we score fights from 10-10 to 10-5 or even a bigger range? The first round of Rose Carla 2 and the second round of Aljo Yan 2 being scored the same is ridiculous. I hear people saying that, but I mean, there's got to be, it's like, yes, I hear people saying that, but 48-47 for one fight could be different than the other. You hear this in other sports too, like, yeah, that was a 5-point win for the Bucks, but it was really a lot more dominant than that. I mean, that's a hard thing to correct, but I hear that. He continues, the first round of Rose Carla 2 and the second round of Aljo Yan 2 being scored the same is ridiculous. How does the scoring system hypothetically change? What's the process for that? I mean, that's a massive, massive, massive process. It involves the ABC, the Association of Boxing Commissions. Sorry for the lengthy question. He writes, lots of ahava, which is love, to the mishpacha, which is family in Hebrew. Again, I reiterate, I don't believe that open scoring will fix judging. I just think that it is a bridge to get us to better judging because there'll be more of a focus on it while the fights are going on as opposed to the 1 minute after a fight and then we have to move on to the next fight. Yes, I know that it lingers when it's a main event or it's a high profile fight, but I do think that it would put a greater spotlight on judging. And I do think things like what they're doing in California, these sort of get-together seminars, I do think things that what the UFC is putting together next month, these all go a very long way. I do think that when they made the changes in 2017 to the rules, the unified rules, I don't think enough time was put into educating everyone involved. Commentators, judges, referees, fighters, corners, etc. So hopefully we're getting there. Taco Enthusiast. Hi, Ariel. I love the open scoring idea, but I don't see a big promotion moving forward with it anytime soon. Remember, the commission has to be on board and then the promotion. Now, I guess the promotion could say, hey, Nevada, would you be open to it? Just like I went to Foster today and said, would you be open to it? So I guess that could happen, but it's really a commission thing, unless it's overseas. However, an alternative idea I've thought about is simple, easy to implement. I'd love to get your thoughts on it while the powers that be ruminate on open scoring for 20 years. That is true. They're very slow. 5 judges instead of 3, increasing your sample size essentially. In addition to the scorecards at the end of the fight, require judges to provide commentary cards that explain their decision in each round. Yes, but I mean, there's not a lot of time to do that. It's a minute between rounds, and then you want them focusing on the round. Then make these commentary cards public along with the scorecards. Thoughts, much love, brother. I mean, yeah, but again, after the fact, it would be nice to understand where they were coming from. During the fight, I think that would be tough. 5 instead of 3 has been discussed. 3 outside, like in the back, in an empty room has been discussed. I don't really think it's the 3 that's the problem. And I really don't think that the 5 or moving them out of the arena is the problem or the solution. I honestly don't think, I think scoring, it's just a very subjective thing. And it will always be a subjective thing. And guess what? Until the end of time, MMA is going to be controversial when it comes to scoring because it isn't ultimately being scored or judged by defined moments, right? A basket happening, a touchdown happening, a goal happening, etc. A lot of it is subjective. I don't love the way the current rules are written. The criteria is written, I should say. I don't love it because this idea of damage is really subjective. Sometimes it's super easy, but oftentimes it's like, all right, well, how do you truly know which blow was the more damaging one and all this stuff? Could be 100 significant strikes. The other guy could have 50 significant strikes, but those significant strikes could have been more damaging than the 100. It's all very confusing. Hola, Ariel. Quick and simple this week. This is from El Cubano. What do you think of the back and forth between Kayla Harrison's manager, Ali, and MMA legend Chris Cyborg? Do you think we will ever get that fight? And if so, under what promotion? Viva Helwani. Lewis, as always, kind enough to provide some context to the questions, which I appreciate tremendously. I don't ask him to do, but he is the man. At the end of the day, listen, this is the quote from Ali to MMA Junkie. At the end of the day, listen, everyone is using Kayla's name to promote themselves. Abdelaziz told MMA Junkie, I have no interest in this fight. Kayla will fight anybody. I don't care about promoters, managers, reporters. They all talk about Kayla and Cyborg. Listen, at the end of the day, I don't really care about this fight. You said that already. This fight will probably never happen. And if this fight happens, nobody gives a shit. That's my opinion. What? Nobody gives a shit. Because Kayla's Kayla. She's an undefeated. She's the best fighter in the world, female fighter in the world. And in my opinion, a pound for pound great right now. Agree with that. She doesn't need to prove anything to anybody. Fine. Although Kayla's the one advocating for this fight. Cyborg needs her. She doesn't need Cyborg. I don't know about that. I would say that Cyborg could retire right now and she'd go down as an all-time great. If she beats Kayla, it would be tremendous, but I don't necessarily agree with that. She's making 6 figures, 7 figures every fight. She's happy she's going to beat whoever they give her. All right, fine. Number one, I don't agree that no one cares about the fight. I don't agree that Kayla doesn't want the fight because she's the one out there campaigning for it. In fact, I would say Kayla is doing more of that than Cyborg. And so much so that Kayla actually agreed to go to Bellator to fight her in her first fight in Bellator because she wanted that fight so bad. I have like minutes upon minutes of footage on this show of Kayla saying she wanted that fight. So now it feels like he is contradicting her. Who's using Kayla's name? Promoters, managers, reporters. I mean, I don't see Coker talking about Kayla too much. And to the best of my knowledge, Ali was the one that set up the meeting between Coker and Kayla. I mean, this is just one big contradictory statement. I think what he's trying to do is play like the cool manager, promoter guy who's saying like, we don't need it and we're going to move on. But I don't think it was very effective. Here's the tweet from Cyborg. Quote, highest paid female fighter in MMA in any organization. You make a percentage of her fight purse, and even you wouldn't spend $70 on a pay-per-view headline by her. It sounds like PFL MMA overpaid, but I understand wanting to protect her. I mean, I just wish we would see the fight, and Cyborg is... You're telling me that you would rather see Kayla versus one of these nameless lightweights than Kayla versus Cyborg? What? Who in their right mind would say that? Hopefully we get to see it, but I don't know. Hey, Ariel, could you give your take on the Sasha Naomi situation? GC Mbappe fumbled the bag, choosing money over glory, staying with PSG. That's weird. This is from Hugo Knows. He just went from a wrestling question to a soccer question. Or maybe it was just a comment.
Yeah, it felt like more of a soccer statement. Though I'm happy Mbappe's staying.
You're a fan?
Oh, love Mbappe, love PSG.
That's your squad?
Not officially, but I like them. I'm going to go tour the stadium when I'm in France.
Oh, yeah. Great squad. Never met him. Didn't he get like some crazy number, like 400, 500, 600
million? Yeah, stupid money. But he said he was going to go to
Real Madrid. Right, yeah. By the way, I don't know if you ever listen. Are you a big soccer fan? We don't really talk about soccer.
I wouldn't say big, but I enjoy it. Champions League this weekend.
Yeah, it's great. I really love the Men in Blazers podcast. I don't know if you listen to that, but I'm a big fan of Roger Bennett.
I know of it.
The way he speaks about football, soccer, amazing. And this past Sunday was amazing with Man City.
Oh, yeah, Premier League.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to place a bet on the Champions League.
Oh, well, you could have mentioned that.
I haven't decided who I'm going with.
All right. Sasha Naomi. Not sure if you're familiar with this one. Very interesting situation. They win the women's tag team titles at WrestleMania. In fact, I spoke to them backstage. Very nice moment. Sasha Banks crying. Naomi emotional. And then I guess they were supposed to be in like some sort of like 6-woman match, and they didn't like the creative for it. So they went to the office of one of the head guys, I think it was John Laurinaitis, and gave him their titles and said, we're out. And so this became a huge thing. Great reporter named Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful has done a lot of reporting on this. Check him out. You probably do already. He's really great at his job. And I have a few thoughts on it. Number one, I thought the press release that WWE put out when they first walked out was very strange because it was very detailed. It's like, hey, you got 8 hours. It was very strange. Like, check out this press release. The way it was written was very un-WWE-like. And by the way, I'm not getting to the idea that this is a work. In my opinion, this ain't a work. It's not a work, and it's kind of annoying that everyone keeps saying it's a work, but here, I just want to read this real quick. May 17th, official statement on Sasha Banks and Naomi. When Sasha Banks and Naomi arrived at the arena this afternoon, they were informed of their participation in the main event of tonight's Monday Night Raw. During the broadcast, they walked into WWE Head of Talent Relations John Laurinaitis' office with their suitcases in hand, placed their tag team championships on the desk, and walked out. Okay. Now, it continues. They claimed they weren't respected enough as tag team champions. And even though they had, this is the part that gets really weird to me, even though they had 8 hours to rehearse and construct their match, they claimed they were uncomfortable in the ring with 2 of their opponents, even though they had matches with those individuals in the past with no consequence. Monday Night Raw is a scripted live TV show whose characters are expected to perform the requirements of their contracts. We regret we were unable to deliver an as advertised tonight's main event. Did all that stuff about the 8 hours and the scripted, did all that have to be said? I don't know. Felt like a lot. Felt a little TMI, sort of like my story earlier about my blown out wheel. In any event, so you see that, and then you see the way they responded on Friday, and, you know, Michael Cole's going to bury them a little bit. I actually spoke to Lance Storm in an interview that's coming out later, and he explained this really well. Like, the promotion, the organization has always been viewed as the bad guy, right? Vince, bad guy. Powers that be, bad guy. The Stooges, bad guys. Like, they're always kind of, so Michael Cole kind of quote unquote burying them, I know has upset a lot of people. I wouldn't read too much into that. McAfee was hilarious in that moment. My general feeling on all of this is meh. And really, this has nothing to do with how I feel about Sasha, who I've said on the record in this chair, in this segment, maybe my worst interview ever when I talked to her in November, just because she was kayfabing me the whole time and it was just like not in the most pleasant type of way. Anyone who is claiming out there, first of all, we don't know the whole story. Number 2, no one cares about the women's tag titles, not because they're not important, not because they shouldn't be cared about. They just haven't done a good job of making us care about them. The tag team division in the WWE, in the women's division, is all just a bunch of thrown together tag teams. They're all single stars that are thrown together. Sasha, Naomi, Liv Morgan, I can't believe Rhea Ripley. You know, it's all just thrown together single stars. So there's no Usos, there's no New Day, there's no actual divisions there that, teams in the division that people really care about. It all feels very cobbled together. Now, losing them as single stars is somewhat of a blow, but, you know, to me, this isn't Stone Cold walking out and them saying he took his ball and went home. This isn't Bret Hart getting screwed in 97 and all that stuff. It just doesn't feel that big to me. And I know everyone wants it to feel big, and I know everyone wants to be all up in arms about everything, especially when you don't know the whole story. They haven't talked about it. It just doesn't feel all that big to me. I'm sorry. And it's because that division doesn't really matter. If Roman Reigns walked out, it's a big deal. So if you're asking me my opinion, like, I kind of want to see where it goes. I do feel like it's really salvageable. Golly, if they figured this out and brought them back, there'll be huge names. That pop will be great when they come back. They'll be super baby faces. Maybe they could turn on the crowd and say, you're the reason why no one cares about these titles, and you didn't have our backs, and blah, blah, blah. And then they become bad guys. There's something that can now happen to make people feel emotionally invested, but the whole division feels like it's just kind of thrown together, cobbled together. But I feel like this stuff probably happens more than we know in pro wrestling, where people don't like things and they had a thing that they could drop on a table and quote unquote walk out. I feel like people don't care about this division so much. And again, this is not necessarily a knock on them as performers. They're very, very talented. It's more about how the division has been handled and booked. But I bet if no one even knew that this happened and they were off TV for the last 2 weeks, people would be like, oh, why haven't they defended the belts on TV? Oh, it's only been, 8 days since this happened? That's how irrelevant those belts are. So it's hard to get all up in arms about, oh no, there's no women's tag team champions. Well, they haven't made us care about the women's tag team champions. And maybe that's the crux of their issue. Maybe that's why they're ultimately upset. I don't know if I've given you the answer that you're looking for here, but I feel like it's a fluid situation. It's a developing situation, and I don't know. Sasha Banks, not my favorite. Didn't love the vibes. And does that have anything to do with it? I don't know. Naomi seemed lovely, though. Unfortunate, but I feel like it's salvageable. Bring him back. Huge stars. Tyson Kane. Good day, Ariel. If you could commission a movie or a television series on a legendary fighter to tell their story, who would you pick? My pick might be cheating and covering the Big Nog, Fedor, Krokop triumvirate of Pride heavyweights at their peak. If you could commission a movie or television series on a legendary fighter to tell their story, who would you pick? Man, there's a lot there. Legendary fighter? I mean, there's so many. Chuck Liddell, Mark Coleman, Don Fry, DC, John Jones, BJ Penn. Picking one? Krokop would be an interesting one. Big Nog would be. Your choice is great, but that's about like more of an era, a time. I don't know if I could pick just one. I might go with DC. Sorry. Does that not suffice? I don't know. Just with the Olympics and everything that he's been through as a kid. Hi, Ariel. This is from David. I recently contracted COVID. I'm sorry to hear that. So I took some time to watch some classic MMA bangers like Hendo Shogun from 139, Frankie Maynard 2. What are some other pre-McGregor era fights that hold up today and are worth a watch? Man. Jones Gustafson won as pre-McGregor. That's probably the best fight in UFC history. Sanchez, Guida is a great one. Some of those Pride events back in the day, all great ones. I mean, the Chuck, Tito, Randy, Chuck, Randy triumvirate was great. BJ Penn, Matt Hughes was great. GSP Hughes, those three fights were great. Sarah, GSP, 1, 2 was obviously a lot more one-sided, but that was great as well. I mean, Anderson bursting on the UFC scene was a lot of fun against Rich Franklin, even though those were one-sided. Krokop getting knocked out by Gabriel Gonzaga was wild. BJ's run when he came back as a 55er, there was a period there, and I've said this before, BJ's run, he comes back, Ultimate Fighter, Jens Pulver, fights Sean Shirk, Joe Stevenson, Diego Sanchez. That run before the GSP fight was a weird anomaly. He moved up to 70. And then after the GSP fight, UFC 101, Kenny Florian, UFC 107, Diego Sanchez loses to Frankie Edgar 112 up until Abu Dhabi. So from that Pulver fight up into GSP and then post all those fights were amazing. And I believed in my heart that he was the best fighter on the planet. Best fighter on the planet. In particular, post GSP fight. And I know you could say, well, how could he be the best pound for pound if he just lost moving up to 170? But I just think at 55, no one was as dominant and more fun to watch than him in that moment. All great fights, all great moments. Max, 83. Hello, Ariel. After the infamous UFC 199 incident, my question is, if you ran into Brock at one of the wrestling events you worked on, and what is the status of your relationship with him? Greetings from Germany, my man. Greetings to you as well. I have not seen Brock at any of these events. I was backstage at Royal Rumble in St. Louis. I saw him from afar. I don't think he saw me. And I would like to think that, like, again, the beef, I don't think was with Brock. I don't think Brock cared, although he did kind of bury me when he was on SportsCenter that Monday. I remember I was sitting in the studio, our old studio, and he's on with Hannah Storm to announce that he's fighting Mark Hunt. And credit to Hannah Storm. I couldn't believe it. She asked him about it, and he said that he didn't know me. He said he never met me before. Meanwhile, I've talked to him face to face multiple times. Now, I know you could say, like, oh, okay, he doesn't remember everyone talking to. I felt like he knew me. We had some moments. We had mutual friends. Couldn't care less. But I don't think that he would hold that grudge against me. I don't think that he was the one that was upset about it, even though it was said to me that I almost ruined the deal, which I don't believe for a second. So if I saw him, I would say hello to him, but I have not seen him. Adrian, dear Ariel, greetings once again from London, Ontario, Canada. Oh, here we go. My question relates to the failed dinner attempt between mysterious Frank and Yoon that was discussed last week. Wow, you guys ready for this? We learned that, 1, last time they had dinner plans, Frank almost certainly lied about his wife being sick so that he could cancel last minute. True or false, Frank?
False.
2, this time around, Yoon texted Frank a map that showed she was going to the wrong restaurant. Inexplicably, he confirmed this location and sent her to the wrong restaurant on the other side of town. True or false?
False.
3, there was a delay in Yoon realizing that she was at the wrong restaurant because Frank was somewhere between 10 and 30 minutes late to dinner. True or false?
Also false.
4, although Frank attempted to make amends by buying Yoon lunch the next day, she somehow ended up paying for her coffee. True or false?
That part's true.
A truly fascinating sequence of events. My question to you is, if you were Yoon, how long would it take for you to make peace with Frank after this? I estimate it would take me 5 to 7 weeks, but I'm curious to hear from all of you, including Frank. As always, appreciate your valuable insights. Sincerely, Adrian. Wow. Now, here's the thing. If all the things that he wrote were true, I would agree, maybe even longer than 5 to 7. I forgive, but I very rarely forget. I have been known to hold on to a grudge or two. I will be able to move on and we'll be friends to a degree, but I'll keep it in the back of my mind. But now here's the issue. Frank is saying 3 out of these 4 items are false.
No, that's not true.
Oh, you're actually agreeing, Yoon.
So second one is like, I didn't talk to him. I showed the pictures and maps in person. So it's way worse, right?
I think that's way worse. So wait, number 1, last time you had dinner plans, Frank lied about his wife being sick so that he could cancel last minute. Is that true in your opinion?
I'm not sure it's lie or not, so 50-50.
Okay, number 2, this time around, Yoon texted Frank a map. You're saying you actually showed him the map.
Yes, that's
in
true.
person.
In person.
Hands on the faders, mixing the show. I'm like, oh yeah, that looks great.
Wow.
No, it was not during the show. It was like 10:30 a.m.
Wow. On a Wednesday?
Yes.
During the
It was
preparation
meant-
for the show.
maybe
Now, number
Monday.
3, there was the delay in Yoon realizing that she was at the wrong restaurant because Frank was somewhere between 10 and 30 minutes late.
That's true.
However, my wife was there, ready to go.
Wow.
Frank.
Now I'm questioning you, who just told me false to a bunch of things that are actually true. So I feel like the big question goes to you, Yoon. I mean, have you made peace with Frank?
I mean, Oh, Frank forced me to say yes.
Wow, Frank, what kind of operation are
A
you running
nod
back
of the
there?
head is not a forcing of telling someone to
Wow.
say yes.
Yoon, are you willing to make dinner plans with Frank once again in the foreseeable future?
So, I mean, he made already 2 strike, but
Wow. So you're giving him one more chance.
one more chance.
Frank, how do you feel about this one more chance?
I'll take it. Yeah, it's fine.
Do you feel a lot of pressure to not let her down?
No, I mean, I think those are just, coincidental.
Do you feel any remorse over this miscommunication?
I did when I realized that there was a miscommunication, and then I immediately made amends to it.
But because of the lunch
It's like it's
buying?
already over with. No, I mean, like, once we established we were at 2 wrong restaurants and we weren't going to be together, it's like, next time.
Now, Yoon, why did you buy Frank a coffee after all of this?
I just wanted to have coffee, and then he was there, so I'm like, I just want to be a nice person.
Now, Frank, given this circumstance, why not buy the coffee as well?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Why didn't you buy the coffee as well as the lunch?
I mean, that's a little excessive.
It's too
just
much,
bought lunch. It's like I was late. Come on. Went to the wrong restaurant. That's on you.
Are you putting him in timeout, Yoon, for 5 to 7 weeks before you make plans again, or are you willing to do so whenever he invites you, if it's tomorrow, next week, etc.?
I mean, Frank invited me on his birthday, but I don't think I can make it, and then he keeps saying I'm kind of late.
What do you mean you're kind of late? Late with the reply?
No, lame.
Oh, lame. Oh, gosh. So, Frank, you invited her to your birthday, which is something you'd have to show up for, presumably on time.
Yeah, I would be there. Yeah.
GC, did you get invited to Frank's birthday?
Yeah, the errant text during the show on Monday, which I guess extended the invitation to you accidentally.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Oh, is that what happened? To let everyone know, I get a text in the middle of the show. Who was on at 3 o'clock on, I don't remember. It was someone important. Oh, was it Glover? Anyway, Frank invites Connor and I to his birthday party in the middle of the show. I mean, it's like, are you hoping that we don't reply? I mean, what's going on,
I then changed the course of communication. I go on Slack and asked Frank if he meant to send the text.
So here's the question that I'm now wondering. Sometimes you have like text threads, you mean it to go to one person, it goes to both because of the thread. Was that supposed to be just for Connor, and by mistake you invited me as well?
I don't have to answer that.
Wow.
Or vice versa. Was it meant for you and I got
There's
added?
no chance it was meant for me and not you. I mean, you've already established a relationship outside of the studio. You've had
tacos.
Dip. Yeah, you were there. Was New York Rick invited?
Yeah, he just hasn't replied yet.
Wow. That was me trying to see if he's actually here.
He's nowhere to be found.
Can I just say he called me a punk on Slack? Is that, appropriate?
That's
I don't
endearing.
know. Felt a little
He's really
aggressive.
dug the heels into anti-open scoring.
I don't know if you know this about New York Rick. The more he's wrong, the more he digs in. I.e., Ronda Rousey comeback fighter of the year. Have you heard this? 2016?
No.
What? Oh, he's saying not invited. I thought he meant not invited to the segment. He was not invited to your birthday.
You might check his spam folder.
Wow. In text?
Yeah, they got that.
Tip. Hey, Ariel, with Eagle FC having a 165-pound division, it had me thinking, if the UFC implemented new divisions such as 65 and something in between 205 and heavyweight, do you think this could negate the importance of belts? Nah. It allows multiple fighters to have an easier path to champ status and actually defend, unlike McGregor, and the possibility of belts not meaning so much. Nah, it's just, what are we talking about? One more? There's interim titles up the wazoo. I'd like to see 55, 65, 75, 85, and then you could go to 205 if you want. There's not a ton of 95 up there, so that's what I would do. Newman. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. I want to move to Canada. Can you tell me about living in the Great White North and where I should move? Well, Montreal is a fantastic city. There's universal health care. There are lovely people living there, not only in Montreal, of course, but the entire country, the Great White North. I would say your top 3 choices are going to be, in no particular order, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver. If you want the closest thing to the United States, you'll go to Toronto. If you want the closest thing to Europe, you'll go to Montreal. And if you're a West Coast kind of guy and you want your great skiing and your West Coast living, a little less snow, a little more rain, you'll go to Vancouver. You can't go wrong with any of them. And then, of course, you have the Maritimes, which are beautiful. You have Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick. I mean, you really can't go wrong with any of these, but I would whittle it down to 3, those 3 main cities, and I would rank them Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver. And yes, you should move there. Wow, Nico. Okay, buckle up. Ça va, Ariel? Last Saturday, I took my girlfriend on a walk across the Brooklyn Bridge with plans of proposing to her. It was absolutely nerve-wracking. I wanted to go nice and early to avoid large crowds, but she didn't feel the need to rush, as she had no idea what my plan was. Once we got there at around noon, not only was the bridge packed with tourists, it was boiling hot. Yes, that is true. Last Saturday was boiling hot. This was made worse by the fact that I was wearing a jacket in order to hide the ring in the side pocket, as keeping it in my tight Schaub-S jean pocket would have been too easy to see for her and ruin the surprise. As we walked across the bridge towards Brooklyn, I got more and more nervous, profusely sweating, desperately trying to identify a good spot to get on my knee and break out the box to propose, all while trying to act normal. With every step, I felt the pressure increasing and my plan falling apart, and my girlfriend was beginning to get bored to the point where she asked if I would mind if she listened to some music on her headphones. Wow. Since I wasn't talking much anyways, and she wanted to enjoy the walk, as you can see, things were not going to plan. Contrary to the cool, calm, and collected version of myself I always thought I would be in this important moment in my life, I was an absolute nervous mess. He continues. Finally, towards the very end of the bridge, I said to hell with it, got down on one knee and opened the box. My girlfriend started screaming, gave me a hug, and cried while laughing at the same time. I put a ring on it, as the kids say, and we went to a bar in Dumbo to celebrate. I cannot explain the relief I felt in that moment, not only of having avoided a choke job of epic, dare I say, Miami Heat 2011, sorry, Cubano proportions, but also of finally being able to take off my jacket. As I was enjoying my alcoholic beverage, however, it dawned on me that I never actually asked her to marry me, since I just opened up a box without saying anything. This leaves me in an awkward spot now, as it's too late for me to now actually ask if she agreed to my proposal. This leads to my question, which is really a request. Since she will be shown this clip, can you just confirm with her that she does in fact agree to being the future Mrs. Suave? Her name is Edna. Thank you, Ariel, for doing this. Much appreciated. First of all, I have to say, Edna's a tremendous name. Someone who lived with us for years named Edna. We hold her near and dear to our heart, so well done on the name. Number 2, well done on the story. Well done on reliving the story. I would say you worried for nothing. You should have just done it at the beginning and enjoyed the walk together as a newly engaged couple. I think you actually would have enjoyed that immensely, but that's neither here nor there. I think you were overthinking it and getting a little too nervous for God knows what reasons. You already had, let's be honest, most people, and there's the photo. Wow, look at this. GC had the photo ready to go. Thank you for that. Lewis hooked you up with the photo. There he is, the great Nico Suave with his lovely Edna proposing. Beautiful stuff. I love it. I think you were worrying about nothing. It was much ado about nothing. And I also think that more likely, than not, when you're about ready to propose to someone, they're going to say yes, right? Very rarely is it a, I hope she says yes situation. If you're old school, you're going to ask the parents. They already know. You've talked about it a little bit. So what are you worried about? In the end, don't worry about it. Water under the bridge. I do want to ask Edna this question. Are you okay with marrying Nico, even though he didn't actually specifically state the question will you marry me? Now, I think the universal sign for that question is the knee, the box, the opening of it, all that stuff and more. So I feel like you know where he's coming from. But just in case, we could get it on the record, I would love to confirm for accuracy, will you marry Nico Suave? Please film this moment for us. Please send it in next week. We would love to be able to celebrate with all of you. Mazel tov. Mount Sinai, Mr. Helwani. The barrier to entry for MMA reffing and judging is steep. I have tried to get into it, and it is a type of club that feels like they want to keep the old guard around. My question is, how do we think we change this? Now, Lewis put these two questions together, so I'm going to read the... he actually tells me this guy is unbelievable. He tells me that I should read both before answering. How about that? Tsunami. Sup. Go Bills. Hashtag. My question is related to all MMA judging and some referee controversies. I looked into making a difference in trying to become an MMA judge/referee. However, where I looked, State Athletic Commission, some notable referees, even DMing some, there is little information, or if there is, it has not been updated in a while, as well as no response. I know I may never make it to the big shows, UFC, Bellator, PFL, but I would like to make an impact even on a local, state, regional level. Knowledge and experience takes time, but there really isn't much out there. Any thoughts would be appreciated. Hashtag Bills by a billion. Well, I know John McCarthy has a course. I'm pretty sure Herb Dean has a course. I know Mark Goddard has a course. You can educate yourself that way. But in order to be able to be eligible to officiate in states, you have to pass whatever criteria that they have. I find it very. I've never myself, full transparency, tried to become a judge. I don't think that I could do that. I don't think it would actually be appropriate for me to do that, or a referee. But I find it very surprising that you can't go on the California State Athletic Commission site. I wish I read this beforehand and figure out a way to try out or sign up or take a course. Have you tried that? Have you tried to go through the commissions themselves? All of them have websites. And have you tried to take the courses by those officials that I just mentioned to at least get your feet wet and understand what you're getting into? I would start there. Abe, great interview recently with Dan Hardy. He made a great point about Ngannou trying to make a stand for the fighters, none of his peers having his back, and then many signing lucrative deals. Was this a missed opportunity? What could have been the potential impact of someone like Izzy also taking the same stance as Francis and not signing that big deal? Could that have been enough to force the company to make meaningful changes for fighter pay? If not, what needs to be done? Massive question. The short answer is no. Anyone who thinks that even if Francis leaves the UFC, that is going to change the company or the way they do business, you're fooling yourself. It's going to take a lot more than just one person to change this. It's going to take collective effort. It's going to take a bunch of fighters either coming together or sitting out or going to the UFC together. It's going to take that. It's not going to take one guy fighting out his contract, champ or not. And by the way, it's not going to take one guy signing a long-term deal to change. Like I heard Izzy, I love Izzy. All the respect in the world for him. He's one of my favorites. Adore him. Honestly, I do. But I heard him say after he signed that this is going to bring about change. I'd love to know what that change is, or I'd love to know what he thinks that change is going to be. Because I don't see it. Now, slowly but surely, the pay has gone up. Slowly but surely. But it's nowhere near in terms of the breakdown. Guess what? The revenue has gone up as well in that same time. Exponentially, it had gone up.
Ariel, I have to jump in here. We have a late on-the-nose submission. I hate to impede on Louis Gilmore. The New York Rick slander continues. He's just sent this over for us to play.
Who?
New York Rick has sent this over.
He has sent us?
Yes, let's play it. Let's play it.
All right. I don't know what's going on here. I have never said that open scoring will fix judging or make judges better per se. Had we known in the heat of the battle, in real time, could have fixed it.
Yeah. I'm not convinced.
Chase is right.
I'm unconvinced.
Frank, we fixed judging. We fixed judging, baby.
And judging and open scoring, not the same thing.
I have never said that open scoring will fix judging. Frank, we fixed judging. We fixed judging, baby. This is your great evidence. This, me saying I fixed judging, clearly messing with everyone. Everyone who takes himself so serious. Who submitted this?
New York Rick himself submitted this.
You interrupted my great question about Francis.
Messenger. I'm simply a messenger.
And where is he to answer for this?
Long Island, Amityville. He's out the Amityville.
Wait, is he on Zoom right now? This right here, what you just played, maybe the most pathetic piece of video that has ever been played on this site.
We're contacting Rick now to join.
Contacting him. We've already established that it's an open invitation. He knows where we are when we're doing this. That's his great retort. I thought that he was going to play a clip of me saying, this is the definitive way to fix judging. Can you believe this, Frank? This guy twisting our words.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds like, never mind.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I don't know what you're getting at. Everyone's losing their minds around here. Feels like Friday at 5.
I guess he's a no-show.
You know what you should have done with that? You should have swatted that away like Prime Dikembe Mutombo. That's what you should have done.
Great reference. Just the messenger.
Wow.
Not great internet out there in Amityville.
In any event, it's going to take a lot of guys coming together. It's going to take collective bargaining, which obviously means people coming together. Even if Izzy didn't sign, this thing is so far down the line. It's going to take a lot, and there have been attempts to bring the fighters together, and they have all failed. Again, as I've said, there's 4 tiers of fighters. There's the top 1% that like are so far away from all this they can't be bothered. There's the champions who are like, finally, I'm finally getting paid. You know, the Usmans of the world and whatnot. There's the guys who are contenders who are on the verge of getting paid, the Hamzats of the world, and they ain't gonna rock the boat. And then you got the newbies who are like, I'm new here. I ain't gonna rock the boat as well. I mean, as I've said before, I don't see this changing anytime soon. I hate to say it, but it feels like it's true. Trey, shalom. Here are some things we know about Mysterious Frank. Now, here's the thing. They're writing things about you, Frank. I know you're very private. I don't want to piss you off.
What does it say?
You want me to read this?
Let's get to it.
There's a picture of you, but it's all blurred out. I don't even know if it's actually of you.
Sounds accurate, though, my skin condition.
Married to Tracy.
Go on.
No kids.
Go on.
Prefers restaurant on the east side.
Lower east side.
Has some gray hair, saw it myself. Interesting.
Who wrote this? I think they think Alex is me.
movie and food connoisseur.
Yeah.
Part-time DJ in Ohio?
Definitely not.
Unreliable friend.
Yeah, I could see that one.
Can probably down a bottle of Hennessy in one sitting.
Fair enough.
Secretly really enjoys his job in the crew.
Yes.
Funniest member of the MMA Hour.
Burn.
What else is important to know? Mysterious Frank cannot hide in the shadows forever. Also, Cubano adds, Mysterious Frank has that rare disease that makes your appearance look like it's all pixelated.
Yes, thank you for recognizing that.
Anything you want to add to that?
Well, one's not true. He's a part-time DJ, just not in Ohio.
What do you mean? He's a part-time DJ, just what? Oh, just not in Ohio. Sorry,
not in Ohio. Yeah.
The Georgia accent came out there for a second. Is that true? Are you a part-time DJ?
Yes.
Wow. Where? Marquee?
Ohio.
Now I see New York Rick tweeting out this clip. He thinks he actually got me with this clip. This is sad, guys.
He's angry at me for just being the messenger.
How's he angry at you?
He's saying I can have no more rides home now.
We have to give him credit on that one.
I was super clutch. Great car, Tesla.
Yeah, what was that like? How long was the drive?
40 minutes. Really had to.
What'd you guys talk about?
Conversation. Anything and everything.
Did you feel like you're like, all right, I feel like we got it all here?
It was probably similar to you and the tow truck driver.
That bad, huh?
No, I'm just kidding. It was fun.
Nicholas James has a beef with Frank. He says, I've been saying mysterious fraud.
Yeah, because of the whole merch thing. Which, where are we on that?
Yeah. GC, where are we on that?
On, did you say merch?
Yeah.
Things are in the works.
Cool, thanks.
We can circle back.
All right, let's circle back, yeah. Lewis, Luis. Not Lewis, our moderator. Hi, Ariel. PFL announced last week that they will split half of their pay-per-view revenue with the fighters. This seems like a great idea in a vacuum, but they would need to sell enough pay-per-views for it to be a viable option for fighters to benefit financially. Yes. What steps do you think they would need to take to have some level of success with their pay-per-view events? I mean, they got a long way to go. I'm sorry to say. Bellator tried pay-per-view. It didn't work very well. They don't have the roster right now. They don't have the intriguing fights and matchups. And quite frankly, their model doesn't really lend itself to pay-per-view because ultimately the biggest pay-per-view events are going to be the one with the big grudge matches, the fascinating fights. The tournament model, whatever you want to call it, almost works counter to that. Are there any potential fights they could put together other than Kayla Cyborg that would get people to buy pay-per-view? Not really. Pettis Rory or something like that, but no. So like it's a nice idea, but honestly, I don't see it being very lucrative. I'm sorry. I will say before we get to the breaking news, I just want to say about PFL real quick. Cool that they're going to Cardiff, London. I like that they're expanding, getting out there. New York City as well. So kudos to them for that. Yes, what's the breaking news?
I'm sorry, we have a New York Rick on the line for you.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, completely hijacking the segment here. Are you done? I mean, you can't possibly think that this clip that you have no doubt worked hours on is some sort of great retort to all of this, is it?
I think you don't understand what happened in that clip. It has nothing to do with like...
First of all, why can't you join via Zoom? Why are you on phone, like a crappy speaker cell phone situation?
Okay, I'm hanging up. I literally said that this is exactly what would happen with Frank and Joe, and they were like, no, it's good. Every single time they screen the call, and then this happened.
No, but listen, are you on Zoom or phone right now?
I'm on my phone.
Why can't you join via Zoom?
Because every time I join via Zoom, then you complain about that too, and they screen it and say,
wow, you're getting real self-conscious around these parts, huh? Now, why'd you call me a punk? Was that not, I mean, that felt a little bit aggressive.
No, I mean, it's very clear what happened there. I sent you 2 messages. You chose which of the 2 to read, and then you do like a mock voice of everybody who has a different opinion than you. It's very clear why I called you a punk.
I'm doing a show here, all right? Things are coming in. I see one thing. I don't see the other. I can't, you know.
When I message, you drop everything. That's it. That's the truth. Now, what was happening in that video has nothing to do with like advocating for or against open scoring. I don't think you understood that. It was literally you pulling a Rick James and saying, I never said open scoring would solve judging. And then literally on Monday saying that open scoring solves judging. Like, literally said that on Monday.
You realize, I mean, I think you know when I'm joking. That was I mean, you really?
Now it's a joke.
Oh, this is crazy, Frank.
Now it's a joke.
And by the way, I stand by it in retrospect because we did fix judging.
How?
I'll tell you how. By actually presenting a good idea, other than, you know, you got these people out here who are like, no, nothing's going to happen. No point. It's all great. Read the bylines. Section 4.
Oh boy.
I'm actually...
I don't want to be involved in that one.
Listen, I'm actually coming out and bringing good ideas to put the spotlight on the judges so that the world knows how these fights are being scored in real time. And so, yes, I feel like...
And meanwhile, you just said you didn't say it. Now you're saying it again. Well, I'll make a new clip with this one.
You gotta be. Please tell me are you
Say it.
Are you watching the stream right now?
No.
You gotta watch the stream.
I love this.
Why? I am watching the stream. Oh, it just popped up. Because I'm slightly behind. Well played, Connor. Well played. Wait, now, Ariel, do you know how old I am there?
First of all, you can never join via Zoom again. It always has to be this way with this. That was amazing. I'm going to say 13. You look a little post-pubescent.
Yeah, that's about right. However old you are freshman year of high school, what is that, like 14, 13?
High school? No, high school, you're way older than that. Isn't that 9th grade? 10th grade?
Yeah. No, wait. So, what
16.
Are you, 15? Yeah,
15, 16.
15.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now,
I was 15 because I'm an August birthday, so I start like my birthday had just passed when I start my school year. I was always like the youngest in the class.
where did you get that, Connor?
I posted it on IG.
Yeah, it's Rick's Instagram. I don't know how he hasn't blocked me yet. I constantly go there for photoshops and whatnot.
I can't hear Connor, so you're gonna have to relay.
Oh, you can't hear him? That's
Probably
weird.
better that way.
No, I can't hear Connor.
Frank, what's going on?
That was an oversight.
Wow, we haven't thought of that one. He says he doesn't know how you haven't.
Of course he hasn't thought of that one. I mean, the sound guy who screens me every single episode, and then as soon as I get on, I get roasted. I literally
Go ahead and
Joe on the mic and ask him. I said, I'm not going to do this because the first thing that's going to happen is Ariel's going to complain about the audio. I don't want to do this. And then he's like, no, it's good. I'll send you to Frank. And these two, Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here, send me everything.
Wow,
this guy is.
This is crazy. Frank, can you speak to Eric, or can he not hear you? Yeah. Okay. What do you have to say about all of this?
I think it's understandable.
I can hear.
Okay. I just got a text message. Well, actually, this is a very interesting text message. It's from a very important player in the world of MMA who would have a very strong say in the open scoring matter, and I feel like they are extending an invitation to me to really be the voice of change and all. I mean, we might be. I can't. I don't want to say it right now, but I mean, this is pretty big. This is pretty big.
Is it breaking news?
Not yet. I mean, it could be completely unrelated, but I have a feeling it's not. All right. Well, this is good stuff. I mean, again, I feel like you're sort of taking things out of context, not very ethical on your part. But,
no, I mean, you say you never said it, and then there's literally video of you saying it.
And you know what? I stand by it.
Rick James.
I stand by it. We are fixing judging. Have you seen the show? By the way, yesterday was the Sports Emmy. Vox should submit today's episode for the Sports Emmy. The work that we are doing on the front lines here today, devoting all this time. Incredible. Yes.
Let me just say one thing.
Please.
Your statement that you are proposing something and there have not been ill effects is accurate.
Thank you.
On the other side, you must accept that there have been no notable effects either. So if just because something bad hasn't happened isn't a good reason to do something.
Wait a second.
And that's all.
There haven't been any notable effects because no one's doing it.
But you literally spoke to Shannon Knapp, who's doing it.
I'm talking about on the biggest stages. I'm talking about UFC belts.
People have done it.
Yeah.
There have been nothing.
Okay, and what did Shannon Knapp say? There have been no negative, only positive. Only fighters coming up being, I love that. So there you go. There's your positive.
The anecdotal information from the fighters is the positive?
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's all about the fighters. This whole thing is about the fighters.
Well, that's where it gets dicey.
What are you talking about?
Entertainment and the fighters. There's a combination of things.
That's a very selfish take. That's a very selfish take.
All right. Goodbye, Ariel.
Goodbye. Shooter McGavin. Hey, Ariel. Question for the whole team. I'm currently in college, and one of my favorite escapes from schoolwork is coming up with creative snack ideas that fit my college level budget. Some of my recent favorites have been hot sauce on a baguette. That's not bad. Hot sauce on a baguette. Just straight up like that? Wow. Never thought of that. Honey drizzled on potato chips. And if I have a little extra money, I love whipped cream / Cool Whip on Cocoa Puffs. What the hell? So my question for you guys is, what were your favorite snacks in college? Did you have any weird concoctions that you love like I do? If so, what were they? Wow, I feel like GC had a lot of them. He was a big frat guy.
I mean, I feel like adding like those things are unnecessary. Like I would like
just have the potato chips.
Yeah, just have the potato chips.
Just have the Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, just have the. Now, does he do like a bed of whipped cream, Cool Whip, and then add the Cocoa Puffs to it? Like it's almost like a substitute for the milk?
I think it's just like a cheap dessert.
What about a hot sauce on a baguette?
That's good. Yeah.
Just straight up, nothing else?
But butter is like dirt cheap. Like you can add butter to it, toast it, and then maybe add some hot sauce.
That would be nice. I could see that.
Oh, I could get into that.
One thing that I've been really into lately, brown rice cake, peanut butter, honey.
Now we're talking.
That's nice, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great snack right there. Pretty affordable. I love Top Ramen. Sounds like what this guy's eating though. He's probably puffing on some zooties before he eats.
Frank, anything to add?
Raw potato.
Yeah. Jamal, 1985. Oh, with this guy, I guess we answered this before. What's the best steak temperature? Obviously medium rare, but I'm sure GC likes it well done with ketchup with a Coke on the side. New York Rick either eats it raw or eats it vegan beef. Jeez.
Wow, wild assumptions going on here.
By the way, GC likes it well done. Okay, fine. With ketchup, fine. Why the Coke on the side? Why is that a knock? Like I get the joke about the well done and the ketchup, but why the Coke? Is that a bad thing to have with steak?
I guess. I don't
I don't know. We already answered it. Patrick, favorite segment of the week. 2 questions. How often do managers/promoters/fighters hit you up after the MMA hour to talk about what was said on the show? Actually, quite often. We just had one right now. Please give me a call. So quite often. GC, if a couple of your MMA futures hit, mainly the Joanna plus 3,500, will there be wedding bells in your near future? Wow.
No. I'm not going to directly correlate getting married to my Joanna future hitting.
That is a weird connection to make.
Maybe I'll buy a Nintendo Switch. I've been eyeing a Nintendo Switch lately.
We're a Nintendo Switch family. We have one.
We could play online then.
I try to deter my kids from playing online, but we just downloaded FIFA. It's a great game.
Yeah.
What do we have? We have that. We have Minecraft, Animal Crossing.
I'm actually waiting on the UFC video game for GameCube to arrive at my house.
You have a GameCube?
Yeah, we've been over this.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
GameCube.
Wait, which one?
UFC, I think it's Takedown. I think it should be arriving.
Like old school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's Tito Ortiz on the cover.
Why do you do this?
I think it'll be fun. Made in 2002.
Yeah, it would be fun. I had the Pride one back in the day. I think it was 2002, 2003. Yeah, we have the Switch. It's fun, although it's a little bit annoying when you play it on the TV and you have like the little tiny remote thingies and you're like, what am I playing with here? But my kids like it. And my son, actually a big topic of debate has been Fortnite. I'm very much against Fortnite.
Oh, really? Battle Royale? You got Smash?
It's just too much, all this shooting and all this stuff.
You should get him, what is it, Splatoon, where they like paint instead of shoot.
Anyway, you keep saying, can I play it when I'm 11? Can I play it when I'm 12, 13? I'm like, no, you're 18. How about that?
18. Y'all got Smash, Super Smash Bros?
Oh, yes, we have that. But that's different.
That's a GOAT game. That's a GOAT game.
Mario Kart, tremendous. But that's different. You know what's annoying? Oh, great game. WWE Battlegrounds, very, very fun. WWE 2K, whatever that just came out, 22, not on the Switch. What's up with that?
All right, so yeah, if Joanna hits, I'm buying a Switch.
Okay, but not getting engaged.
No.
Wow, weird that he would make that connection.
Yeah.
This might be, by the way, your girlfriend disguised as Patrick.
Thinking about that. Yes.
Imagine Patrick, who I recognize because he always starts with favorite segment of the week. Yeah. Imagine this whole time it was your girlfriend. That would be weird. We should go back and look at his previous questions or his previous questions. Mellow Laffy, short and simple. Can we please have GC proved that he lived in hard-hitting New Britain? Name one Puerto Rican place to eat on Arch Street.
I don't go to Arch Street. Little Poland, though. I spent plenty of time there. I mean, I have my driver's license right here, and the city says New Britain. But I considered showing it on the air, but we're going to pass on that.
All right. Well, we believe you. Brett Kidman, our good friend Brett K, writes, is it true that New York Rick wears sandals with socks? I mean, what is going on here? By the way, I was a big sandals with socks guy. I'm okay with it. Never understood the hate that it gets. Maybe it's because I eat my steak well done. College, you can catch me wearing high socks, not the short ones. I love the high socks. Like even right now, they're pretty high.
With the sandals, though, right?
With the
sandals or slides?
No. I'm going like Birkenstocks.
Yeah, the slides you would have gotten a slide, but
I'll do the slides if necessary. But what's wrong? By the way, what's wrong with the Birkenstocks?
I guess
great look.
Birkenstocks is better. It covers your like almost your whole foot.
No, those are like the leather
It's
ones.
like the straps.
Yeah. I'm not talking about
you're talking about the
like
traditional
thong sandals.
No, that's okay. Thong is ridiculous because that's going in. It's pushing down the sock. That makes no sense.
Down.
Birkenstocks, the leather ones, with the
I know what
straps.
you're talking about. You can like see your heel and everything.
But he's talking about the sandal style of Birkenstocks.
Yeah.
Kind of
Sandal
like a
style.
Chaco.
Catch me in Vermont listening to Grateful Dead with my high socks and my Birkenstocks. That kind of rhymes. Ariel, I need your help. You're in the gym. You see somebody that you went to school with but not spoken to in years, and you both keep seeing each other in the corner of your eyes. Do you go over there and catch up and say hello? Do you avoid at all costs? Or do you do the awkward smile and nod when you finally lock eyes? This happens to me all the time and causes me so much stress. Viva Helwani. I say just go, hey man, what's up? Long time no see. How you been? Everything good? Cool, man. What do you got there? 50 pounds? Nice. Well, see you later. That's it. Easy. Josh, hello, Ariel. Given the incredible amount of young talent in the UFC these days, it got me wondering, which fighters will be the biggest draws in 5 years? What say you? Man, 5 years is a long time, by the way. Khamzat probably up there. I feel like Merab could be a champ. I feel like Cheeto could be a champ. Sean O'Malley. Bryce Mitchell could be a champ. Jamal Hill. Yuri. Shavkat. Rachmanov. Mateus. Gamrot. Those are some people. Valentina still probably be champion. Ariel, from Nick, when fighters win a belt, do they get to keep that belt forever? If there's a new champ, do they leave with the belt that gets put around them that night? How does that all work? Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. DJ back in the day wanted a belt for every defense because they used to do that. And then they finally gave it, they like shipped all of them to him. But they didn't for a while. Now they do the ruby thing. So it used to be that you get a new belt every time, believe it or not. Now they give you a little tiny ruby that you put on the belt. I'd rather have the 6-7 belts. That's way cooler if you ask me. But yes, it used to be every time you win. Now I'm pretty sure you lose because your name's on it and the rubies, you keep that one and then they give the other guy the new one. Big Moni, hi Ariel. I enjoyed the Valentina interview on Monday and then I started thinking. She mentioned that a move back to bantamweight could happen sooner than later. She's also said that she feels a little undersized at 35 but doesn't cut a lot of weight to make 25 as the current pound for pound number one. Do you think it's a possibility for her to become the 3-time champion in 3 different weight classes, 15, 25, and 35? Who is more likely to be the first 3-division UFC champion, Valentina or Cejudo? Gosh. I mean, you'd have to say Cejudo if only because he is... he's already won 2. He's close. But I think there's a better chance of them giving it to Valentina because the talent pool is more shallow at 15 and 35. I think Valentina has a better chance of making it happen, but Cejudo's currently further along. I haven't really heard her talk too much about 25, to be honest. I think she would like to do, 15. I think she would like to do 35 and 25. Sniffing out solutions, just a couple more here. Sir Schnoz, I need an answer from the majesty of the Menches himself. You are walking into a building in Manhattan. In the reflection of the glass pane, you notice an elderly woman with a walking cane approximately 35 feet behind you. She is staring at the ground and has not noticed you. If you are to hold the door for this woman, it will take approximately 12 to 16 seconds for her to reach La Abierta at her pace. There are no other people in sight. Are you bounding yourself to the awkwardness of this situation? Not awkward, I'm doing it. Or moving on with a wish for her best, followed by a besotted daydream of future endeavors with a butternut squash soup. This is an easy one. You're waiting the 15 seconds, no doubt about it. Robert Schmaltz, hello Ariel. It is because of your platform that many of us can say that we got in early on a fighter like Paddy the Baddy Pimblett. Oh, thanks for saying that. Other people have forgotten. Because of your show, we've been watching Paddy over the years through his ups and downs before landing in the UFC, watching as his star ascends. In fact, there was one time where I was doing a Wednesday audio-only show for ESPN, and I wanted to interview Paddy, and our good friend GC would appreciate this, and TST was like, who cares about him? No one cares about that guy. Now what you would all say about Paddy Pimblett, huh? Here's another early bird special for you. On May 20th, the Rutulo brothers, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, Ty and Cade made their debuts at 157 in Singapore. The two 18-year-old phenoms thoroughly dominated their matches, showing they're all about pace, pressure, and execution. Ty got a submission finish over world beater Gary Tonin just under 2 minutes. Cade dominated legend Shineoki. Great finish to win by decision. That move when he jumped off the thing was amazing. They are young, charismatic, and rightfully skilled in BJJ wrestling and striking. Any fans who are not paying attention to the Rutulo brothers absolutely should be. Both are looking to transition to MMA. They have the personalities and exciting styles that appear destined for legacy. Any chance of getting these guys on the show, brother? Lift their names into the lights like only you can. Here's the thing. There's a lot of people that we can have on. The reason I was drawn to Patty was obviously the look, the personality, the fighting style, the accent. You got to have all those things to really grab people's attention. In the early days of their career, but I saw what they did. They're very impressive. They're on the radar. Okay, a couple more here. Antonio, hey Ariel, your aversion to texting with Android users is one that intrigued me every time it comes up. You are right in your explanation that it causes barriers between users, but only when they are texting. Yet you admit that you feel a complete lack of connection the moment you see that green bubble. This is true. Knowing that you are not the only person that feels this way, it made me wonder, does this obstacle of dealing with Android users keep people from pursuing other connections further as well? Say, if you started dating somebody new, will they lose interest at the sight of the green bubble? Or what about when it comes to hiring? The boss wants to group text, but Jeff replied via Android, so I'd rather not hire him. Does it reflect class? The haves own the new iPhone, while the have-nots have the new Galaxy, even though they cost roughly the same. I don't agree with that one. It seems to be deeply ingrained in iPhone users, while Android users wonder why nobody likes them. Can we all learn to love, or does the rest of the world just need to conform already? I will say the first two things you said, I am ashamed to say would probably creep into my mind. Ultimately, would it be the deciding factor? No, I don't think it's a reflection of class. And I do think that when I start talking to someone for the first time, so like the dating thing, it would be annoying. Now, luckily, my wife has a iPhone, but I would say it would be very strange. It would be very annoying. It would feel like there's a barrier. When that blue pops up, it feels like a door has opened into their soul. When the green is there, it feels like there's a wall. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. Fabricio, in honor of Poppy Live coming to Sin City for International Fight Week, what are the 3 must-see areas / attractions in Las Vegas? I'm trying to see the Dana Dome, aka the Apex, but will they let me in? LOL, all the best. Well, there won't be any events there, my friend. So maybe you could drive up to it, but I don't think they'll let you in. I know they won't let you in. You should go to the Hall of Fame. You should go to the weigh-ins. You should go to the event. But I don't think you're talking about those in particular. I love the Cosmopolitan. I love Egg Slut up there. There's great restaurants up there. Walk up and down the strip. You want to go to the M&M World? Cool. You want to go to some of the restaurants? Cool. Go check out T-Mobile. Go to the MGM Grand. That's always fun. Mandalay Bay, fun if you're a longtime fan, although it's kind of off. It's a little bit out of the way. MGM is more on the strip there. But you'll just walk up and down. You'll have a great time. But I would go to those 3 things. I would go to the Hall of Fame. I'd go to the weigh-ins. And I would go to the event. And also that UFC X thing. I heard Killshaw and I are going to have an autograph signing, so that would be fun as well. Mark Fee, hey Ariel, in 2021, Dana White kept mentioning how the UFC was looking at going to Africa in 22. Clearly that won't be happening, but do you see a scenario where the UFC hosts a show in Africa in the next 3 to 5 years? Yes. Steven, what's good, Ariel? Visited New York City for the first time this past weekend and stayed with my buddy who's just a couple of blocks away from Katz's Deli. Naturally, I got the matzo ball soup with half a Reuben, had to save some room for 2 plates of pickles. Wouldn't have gone in the soup if it wasn't for your heavy recommendation. Can't wait to go back and order it again. I hope you enjoyed it. While I was waiting in line, a man and his wife walked behind me to also get in line. As the orders progressed, I could feel them shuffling by me. Didn't know what to do or say because I didn't want to be the guy who calls other people for cutting in line. Why? I would do it. Looked up at the ceiling for a second, stood up straight, and it was my turn to order. My question to you and the whole team, how do you feel about the line cutters at restaurants, bars, stores, etc.? How do you deal with them, if at all? Peace and love from Central PA. I would say, yo, man, I was here. You say it in a nice way. Hey, I'm sorry. I was actually here. Sorry about that. I was kind of here. And then just be on your way. Don't have to get aggressive about it, but if you're waiting there, you're waiting there. Sonny, yo, Ariel, what are the top 5 things you would do in your first 100 days if you were a UFC president in an alternate universe? Please. P.S. Can you please say the following sentence? Jeez. Juan Wong, 111, won 1 fight in 1 FC 1 year ago today. Much love, your homie Sonny Chung. First 100 days, I would give the fighters their sponsors back. I would say, hey, Venom, if you're not happy about this, we can end the deal here. I'll pay you out. Okay, I'll pay you out. I'll buy you out. But I'm giving them their sponsors back. I'm instituting open scoring. I'm talking to Nevada right now. I'm saying, hey, what do we need to do? I want open scoring. I'm letting the banners come back for the sponsors as well. I'm upping the revenue share to 50-50. I'm asking the fighters how they feel about the 24/7 check-in system with USADA. If they're not happy, we talk about it. I don't know how many I'm at right now, but we can start with that. All right. Last one. Jesus Alvarez. Good day to you, Mr. Helwani. I've become an MMA fan over the last 2 years and have really grown to enjoy many aspects of the sport. I wanted to start off by saying thank you for the awesome job you do within the sport and appreciate the knowledge and historical aspect of your perspective. Most recently, you had Eddie Hearn on and asked him about being a father. I thought the discussion was quite insightful. I myself am a new father of 2 children, Mazel Tov, under 2 years of age, and find myself being intrigued with how other men are as fathers. I work in a 8 to 5 office job and often feel like I have very little time with my young family. This, of course, eats at me. From the type of questions you ask about fatherhood, it seems that you often battle with guilt of not being able to share all the moments you want with your children. Is the sacrifice of family time worth the reward of one's labor? Kind of a subjective question and not exactly an MMA one, but the exchange between you two regarding the matter was interesting. I wish the best for you and your family. Viva Helwani. Regards, Jesus A. or Jesus A., proud father and husband. P.S. I'd like to hear from New York Rick and any other member of the show who's a father as well. Well, I know Alex is a father, new father, and so that is very exciting. New York Rick, as you heard, has left the building. Mysterious Frank, I can't speak for his situation. I don't think Yoon and Connor are parents at the moment. I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I got to travel a lot in my early days, and I wasn't doing so as often as I was because I knew, at some point I'm going to become a dad and I'm going to want to be at more things or around my kids, especially on the weekend, which I look forward to greatly. But I'm very happy that I did because I want to travel less now because I want to be with my kids. And I could tell you when Eddie was saying that stuff to me, I was thinking, oh, wow, we're really different. I couldn't do what he does. I just couldn't. I would live with too much guilt, and I think I would regret it because ultimately it's more important for me to be there at this stage than it would be to put on events or go cover events. I am infinitely more happier at a Saturday afternoon soccer match, which I love attending and being a part of, than I would at T-Mobile for the biggest fight that you could possibly name. Would I love to be at the fights? Would I love to do that? Sure. But if you're asking me where I'd rather be at this stage of my life, I'd rather be here. Now, do I want to stop traveling, period? No. I like the way it is now, a couple months here, a couple months there. But again, full transparency, even when I was talking to Andy Foster about it, I was like, wow, do I even want to say this? Which I would do because of how little I enjoy traveling these days. That's how I feel about traveling. There was a time I always felt a little anxious about traveling. I'm a creature of habit. I like to be home. I like to be around my loved ones. I don't love change. I don't love moving. I don't love all those things. Even before I was married, I didn't like these things. It made me feel uncomfortable. That's why my time in Syracuse was so tough for me. But I did it anyway because I knew I had to do it. And I traveled early on in my career so much because I knew I had to do it. I believed in 80% of success was just showing up. So I'm very grateful that I did that. I got it out of the way. I was able to establish myself. And now, one of the reasons why I love the Wednesday show is I don't need to be at the events to maybe talk to these fighters. We could do it from here. Not because I'm anti-traveling, not because of the pandemic or anything like that. I just really want to be closer to home. And I love taking my kids to school. I love making their lunch. I love being there at night. I love being there when they're home from school. I love dinner. I love all those things with them. and the sporting events in particular, the activities. And so we're all different, and it doesn't make me a better father than someone else. It just, we have different perspectives. I would say your 8 to 5 office job obviously will preclude you from doing certain things, but I wouldn't feel too guilty about it. Everyone has to work. And the one way that I would sort of rationalize it to yourself is like, you are working for them, right? You are working to make their lives better. You're working to support them. That's a part of being a good dad as well. You're not ultimately being a good dad if you're just sitting at home and, playing video games with them. So it's a part of the deal, but you find the time, you make it happen. And ultimately, I think if you're a good father, you're supporting them in the best way that you can. For me, it's not being away every Saturday because, again, our job is to be away those prime moments, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that sucks. You miss out on a lot of things. I don't want to miss out on those things. In fact, I've turned down opportunities recently because I didn't want to go away. Some would say that I'm crazy for doing that, but that was a large reason why I didn't want to go to the Bills thing in Vegas. That's just the way I'm wired right now. When I get older and they're older, maybe I'll change my stance. But especially my daughter's 5, it's a really great age. Oldest son is 10, middle son is 8. Like I love being around them, and I just enjoy it. I enjoy being a dad just as much as I enjoy the work. I think some people enjoy the work more than being a dad. I think some people want to travel and be on the road and do all the things that come with that. And I'm happy with the way things are right now. But we all kind of figure it out, and you figure out what works for you and your family, and I'm sure it'll work out. The one thing I will say is don't beat yourself up over it. Don't get too worked up over it. Ultimately, remind yourself that if you're working hard and you're relatively close to home, you're doing it for them. They're benefiting from this. And so that's part of being a good dad as well. These are great questions. I appreciate you all. We have been here way too long today. It's been a fun day. Thank you to everyone who sent in the questions. Thank you to our moderator, Lewis. You are the man. Thank you to the team. Thank you to, and that's a great way to end the show, given how the show started. And Frank, you can hit my music. Oh, wow. I just got an email. This is crazy. I just got an email from this is nuts. A promotion in California asking me if I want to attend, and they try open scoring for what is going on here, guys? Are things happening? Frank, are things happening? I feel like things are happening. This one's in Southern Cal. That kind of fits. Wow. Things are happening. I don't know if you guys heard, but we fixed judging. We fixed judging. We fixed Put that on your little highlight reel, New York Rick, all right? Want to remind everyone, we are off on Monday, so don't miss us too much. Maybe you want to cut this one up a couple times and, play the back end or the front. I mean, it's all very evergreen. So nothing really tied to this weekend. But I hope if you are off as well, you don't miss us too much. And I hope if you're not, you don't miss us too much as well. I want to thank all our guests. Thank you very much to Shannon Knapp. Great stuff. Thank you very much to Iaquinta. Sorry for beating you in the debate. Thank you to Dominick Cruz and, of course, Andy Foster as well. Thanks to everyone who sent in questions. Thanks to Lewis for his great moderating work. Thanks to the team in the back. Thanks to all of you. I love you very much. God bless. Back next Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out of here.